Good morning, everyone, and welcome to the Township of Georgian Bay for our council meeting of Monday, November 3rd, 9 a.m. And I'd like to call this meeting to order at 9 a.m. I guess I should have said November 3rd, 2025, but you know, it's Monday morning. Yeah, there's a time change. I blame the time change. Gentlemen, in the spirit of reconciliation, we wish to acknowledge the enduring relationship between Indigenous peoples and the territories that they have traditionally occupied. We recognize and deeply appreciate the connection they have to this place, the land, the water, the sky, and all that live on, in, and above it. We are grateful for the opportunity to meet here, and we thank all the generations of Indigenous peoples who have taken care of these lands and who continue to care for this place. And we want to show our respect. Hundreds of years after the first treaties were signed, they remain relevant today. May they guide our decisions and our actions. We commit to learn, to educate, to honor sacred places, and to take action towards real truth and reconciliation. Which Council, any declarations of pecuniary interest or conflict of interest or anything else you believe we should know before getting the show on the road? If anything comes up while we're meeting, please advise accordingly at the time. All right, I think on at least the agenda in front of me, the first item we have is a delegation from the Georgian Bay Library's branch assessment study. And we have Stephanie Clare and Suzanne McGibbon, CEO and chair, respectively. But in the order I said their names.
Thank you.
Thanks, Mary Kay.
Just wait 1 second here while it gets set up. Perfect. Good morning, everyone. Thanks for having us. We'll try to be, brief and concise here so we don't take up too much of the morning, but we're here, as it was already shared, to share the findings of our recent branch assessment. So next slide, please, Karen. Our branch assessment was completed by TCI Consulting and Beth Ross and Associates earlier this year. It looked at the entire Georgian Bay Public Library system. Part of this process included a tour of all of the branches during our open hours, as well as sharing the data listed here. So branch statistics, community surveys, the District of Muskoka Second Home Study, which I think we're all pretty familiar with here, our previous budget presentations, and then a discussion around the Aruplo guidelines. So we've shared these with council in the past, but just as a reminder, these are the guidelines prepared and presented by administrators of rural and urban public libraries for rural and urban public libraries. Next slide, Karen. Just a little bit more background on these guidelines. The guidelines referenced as part of the assessment are standards developed to provide libraries with a tool to measure their offerings against the accepted best practices. As libraries adapt to the needs of communities, the guidelines are also updated and adapted to ensure they remain current. So these most recent guidelines that we're referencing were completed in 2023. They're specifically designed for multi-branch rural library systems and focus on catchment areas rather than total population. Next slide. So additional information on this concept of our catchment areas. They are, just for more context, the guidelines are developed specifically for multi-branch systems with a focus on the population that each of these branches would be serving. So not necessarily Georgian Bay Township as a whole, but each sort of area that branches across these rural communities serve. So in our case, ward population was used to determine population, and then each ward was assigned to the closest branch. So you can see how we completed this below. And although each branch serves somewhat similar catchment area sizes, it is Something to note that Port Severn was identified as the branch with the highest populated catchment area. Perfect. So next slide. And we can see from the assessment, our key learning and takeaway from the final report was that only one of the current branches meets these Aruplo standards. Next slide. In addition, the report also noted a few other key points, which I'll go through here. Something to note, the 3-branch model was noted as being suitable for the community and the community size. It was definitely discussed and noted the uniqueness of the seasonal community as well as the water access residents. MacTier is currently the only branch that meets the Aruplo guidelines and is adequate to meet the community needs. Honey Harbor serves the elementary students well, but does not necessarily meet the overall population needs, especially when we take into consideration the large seasonal population, the local permanent population, and the non-students within the community. And then, of course, the Port Severn branch is inadequate to meet the needs of its community. The branch is serving the largest population area within the township, including Oak Bay, which continues to grow, as well as the already permanent population and seasonal residents. Okay, next slide. Some background on that last point there regarding Port Severn. It was opened, the Port Severn branch, was opened 15 years ago. It was a 1-year pilot project. It's already the most populated area within the township and is anticipated to see the most growth in the future, and is yet the smallest branch of all 3 of these, with the lowest level of library services. In addition to the recent branch assessment, our 2024 survey data confirms that residents in Port Severn are looking for more services. They're not fully satisfied with the current offerings available in the branch, including not being able to offer programs, which has become a cornerstone of our offering. Although Port Severn and Honey Harbor may be considered relatively close, once the seasonal water access residents are included into the assessment, it's clear both communities are quite separate and need to be serviced by their own branch. A large percentage of these water access residents already travel approximately 30 minutes to reach the Honey Harbor community by water. And alternatively, Port Severn residents are not necessarily traveling to Honey Harbor as part of their regular routine throughout the year. The community services building does face many challenges in terms of being a library, including but not limited to the small space allocation well below the Aruplo guidelines, as well as the crossover with office space and staff and the inability to offer programming due to the occupancy code of the building. Next slide, Karen. We've collected some information on each of the locations as a part of this whole assessment. You can see the 3 branches we've broken down into size, hours per week, average patron count, which is the annual average over the last 4 years, as well as the ward population. I think if you want to just take a moment to take this in, it's noted here that with a larger branch, Port Severn would be able to provide more fulsome services and as a result, increase their usage to this large community and growing area. Next slide, Karen.
So our summary for you, after a really thorough review and a lot of consideration with the board, we recommend to the township and council that we feel the situation ideally needs to be remedied sooner, not later, to ensure that the residents of Port Severn are able to have access to equitable library services. Based on the results of all the surveys, the patron feedback, and we know the counselors whose residents are in and this area and this is their branch. There's a lot of feedback going to counselors as well. And the branch assessment study we've met over the last 3-4 months as a board and reviewed in depth and debated numerous potential options for Port Severn. So we have ideas for you today. We're not here to ask for a decision. We're not here to really go farther than presenting the information for you to consider, and that we would come back to this as a group at a later date. So the 4 options that we settled on as a board, option 1 would be closing the Port Severn branch and redirecting residents to the Honey Harbor branch. Is it ideal? Likely not, from what Stephanie pointed out, but it is an option. Another option would be staying located in the TGB Community Services building with the TGB staff vacating the premises to somewhere else, and a potential addition added to the current building to bring it up to Aruplo standards. A third option is relocating the library to the Baxter Ward Center property in some way, shape, or form. And one of those ideas is installing a 2,800 square foot modular portable building, of which there is room to do so on a couple of elements of the Baxter Ward property. And option 4 is to develop plans to add an addition to the Baxter Ward Center as an option. And from our perspective as a board and with Stephanie and her team, whether the site is located in or the community service properties or Baxter Ward, we feel investing in the Port Severn Library supports residents and promotes really the new and evolving library model of creating community hubs. So certainly being connected to the Baxter Ward Center starts to bring that idea of a robust community hub where a lot of different activities happen. And rural communities in particular are really benefiting from this model of housing several different services to use in one convenient location. So as mentioned, we're here just to present the information to you. We can have further conversations, but we wanted to circle back after investing in doing this study, which we thought was important to do so. And we're happy to answer any questions today, or we can have conversations at a later date.
Well, thank you very much. Stop sharing the screen, please. And I'm going to start with Councillor Graziano, followed by Councillor Predko, please.
Thank you, and through your worship, can everyone hear me okay?
Yes, I can. Thank you.
Brilliantly. Excellent. A few questions, if I may, to our library board. I'm curious, how does the current branch in Port Severn reflect our growing needs that we're seeing in the area, both for permanent and seasonal populations? So how does the current branch currently reflect the growth that we're seeing?
Steph, why don't you take that?
Are you asking sort of just for clarification purposes, our ability to be able to support those growing needs?
Mm-hmm. Correct.
I mean, yeah, we are, we're sort of limited in our offerings. We have limited sort of stack space for the collection of books, which, although we love talking about our programs, books are part of our offerings still. They do take up space on the shelves, and we are unable to offer public programming. So over the past few years, you've seen us talk quite a bit about the growing excitement and engagement across the library system, mostly linked to these sort of community activities and programming. Unfortunately, in our current location, we're unable to offer that for Port Severn. Does that answer the at least first part of the question?
It does, and it actually brings up a second question, which is how are we comfortable with Port Severn having the lowest level of library services while servicing the largest population? So what I'm hearing essentially is that the Port Severn Library, although catering to the largest population within the 4 quadrants of our municipality, has the relatively lowest level of services compared to that of MacTier and Honey Harbor. Is that an accurate understanding?
Absolutely.
Yep.
And
Yes.
It's with no disrespect to the community services building itself and the township staff that are in it are all great and they're very accommodating, but there's a lot of patrons that just simply aren't, I mean, we don't have a clicker at the door and we're not tracking every patron, but we know there's a lot of people that just aren't coming because they're not comfortable in the space, actually, because there is offices around it, and they're not coming because they're just not getting the same services, and programming is the big thorn for all of them. because they see through all the social media channels and all the promotion what's happening in Honey Harbor, and it's not happening in Port Severn, and they'd like it to happen in Port Severn.
Mhm. With regards to the options presented, whether expansion, modular builds, or relocation, which offers the most sustainable and cost-effective path to meet the Arupa low standards within Port Severn?
I'm not sure we can answer that today without doing a little bit more homework in coordination with some of the team at the township. We have costed out one option, which is the portable option, and you'll see that in your budget package. But there was not the time or the ability to go through all four options, Councillor Graziano, and that's be something we need to do in the future as a team.
Fair, and perhaps if I may restructure the question, then which, in your opinion, would offer the most scalability long term and flexibility for the library board as the community continues to grow and as we see Port Severn growing with all the development that is slated within the community?
I think it's tied to timing. How long do we want to wait before we can offer these services? So if we don't want to wait and we want to trial something, the fastest thing to do is to put a portable at the Baxter Ward Center, and we can do that in the next 6 to 9 months. Going into the Baxter Ward Center or waiting for the Baxter Ward Center to potentially be revitalized itself is going to take much longer. So we wouldn't have another really short-term solution that works as well as the portable. And we've done a lot of research, Stephanie and her team, on library portables, where they're being used. Sometimes it's temporary till a new building is built and invested in. Sometimes it's permanent, and they're working extremely well, especially in rural communities.
And just a final question, if I may, but a comment with regards to portables, specifically at the Baxter location. I'm curious to know how much or what percentage of the parking lot would it take up and remove parking spaces at the community center should the portables actually be placed there. But my last question, if I may, is with respect to the residents. Have they been canvassed, and have we captured any feedback as to what they'd like to see, whether it's a static, brick and mortar addition to the community center, or whether it's a portable? Has the community voiced their opinion and their thoughts?
They haven't voiced their opinion in terms of what option they would like, because we wanted to have this conversation and present this assessment to you first. That easily can be done. And I think knowing the patron Stephanie, they'd be pretty keen to offer their opinions of what they'd like in the future. So we can certainly do that in the near term, Councillor Graziano, to get some further data and further points of view. But again, we wanted to have the conversation with you before we went out and started throwing ideas into the community without also being concerned about getting hopes up too high too quickly for something.
Fair, I appreciate it. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Predko.
Thank you, and through you, Chair. Thanks for the presentation. Obviously, it's always great to hear from the library, and it's always also great to hear that the community is really engaged in the library activities. And before I ask my questions, I just wanted to comment that the MacTier community had a blue sky session with residents about things that they could add into the master plan. And I think the one thing that they're very satisfied with is the library. So, that's one thing that comes out of what you guys are doing. And there's recognition that the library has been a great core piece of that community. And I know you want to do that in all the communities that you serve as well. So I'm just actually, I have a couple of questions, and I think Susan, you answered part of the first one I had in terms of looking at the model and the expectations of what's the right size and for the catchment area. And I think slide 4 had indicated that Port Severn has the highest population. And then again on slide 8, the Port Severn area has the lowest usage, and that's both from a per capita and a per hour basis. Is that really, I'm going to answer the question while I ask it, but is that going to be strictly because of the programming hours that you're able to put in and the capacity of people that you're able to have in the building for programming? And is there opportunities for time shifting to make some additional programming?
Steph, I'll let you take that.
Yeah, if I can just add, I think it's worth noting, we see a correlation between patron counts and program offerings. So when we have our programs happening and we see increased usage on all fronts. So this type of community hub programming model brings people in for obviously the programs, but as circulation and access to books and information, Wi-Fi, all of those things. So there is a correlation between being able to offer those programs and having usage. Although we could look at updating the hours in the current location, it still is limited by, and I'm going to get the exact term probably not quite right, but it's due to an occupancy code. We're not actually allowed to offer public programs in the building, basically. So we could look at adjusting the hours of the current space. It would not give us that flexibility to offer those same types of programs that we're seeing increased usage at the other locations.
Yeah, and I was curious about that term occupancy code. Is that something that anybody is able? Oh,
Kaylee would know. Yeah.
put her hand up.
Ms. Nicholson.
Through the mayor, that building was constructed as a D occupancy, which is an office building. When you get into assembly occupancies, which is what a library is, your requirements become much higher. So space, exits, washrooms, that building meets none of it. It was allowed as a pickup and drop off only at the time. And that's basically all that's allowed.
Okay, well, thank you for that clarification.
Councillor Predko, just a quick example for you. In July, in the Honey Harbor branch and area, we had 700 kids going to a program. That's a lot of kids. And so that's a great example. You know, we aren't able to accommodate any kids at the Port Severn branch.
All right, thank you. And I guess so my next area I just wanted to touch on is the options that you've identified are all very different in terms of what the implications would be to the township, both on the location that it's going to be at and the cost to build or maintain. And I guess, you know, as you go forward with this, are you looking at what the growth projections are in the different areas of Port Severn? I think we do have proposals for condominium developments in Port Severn Road, which would increase the population on the east side compared to all the development going on the Oak Baden side. Has this been taken into consideration? And as well, I know you have a lot of conversations you'd have to have with the township in terms of facilities and renovating at the community center or at the administration building. So how far along have you taken any of this?
To a certain point, because we wanted to start the conversation with council. We've had lots of conversations with a number of the township staff, which has been very helpful. I think the biggest concern we also have around Port Severn and the growth. I mean, the new census data will come out in 2026, and in the 2021 census, they were projecting that the area of the township of Georgian Bay is going to grow potentially by another 30%. So beyond that, you know, we haven't gone into detail of knowing, you know, other than really the Oak Bay group, because they're very vocal when they come to the Port Severn Library. We haven't, as a board, you know, that would probably take another initiative for us to do another small study to look at where's the population going to grow in that ward and where's the best place for it, along with learning potentially Councillor Graziano's example of learning what kind of facility they would like. So we're kind of at the point that you see today. We didn't want to go further without starting to have the conversation together. In terms of funding something like this, whether it's an addition to the Baxter Ward Center or a portable, there are costs, of course, but there are also grants depending what we're going to do potentially. So there's a number of different avenues we could look at as a group in terms of how we might fund something, depending on which solution we land on. And who knows, as a team, we might come up with other solutions that we haven't as a board, but we've been pretty thorough in debating this. And I think Councillor Hazel can probably confirm that for the rest of you.
Okay, thank you. And then just to close off, this Questions to our Director of Finance. We don't have anything in our capital budget right now, so for a redevelopment of a Port Severn library, so we'd be looking at reforecasting our capital budget and looking for funding from another agency to help achieve the goals that are being described by the library board.
Ms. Reddick.
Thank you, through you, Mayor Coutier, to Councillor Predko. You may recall back in 2024, we did do a development charges background study, and within that study, there was a need identified by the library staff of an expansion or an addition to, I believe, 2 areas within the community. And based on our background study and the growth study that Hempson conducted, which does utilize district growth figures, there's not enough growth to identify the actual need for an addition or an expansion. So there are no development charges available. It was put into the study, but the growth is just not outlining the need as well. For the time being, we have had it in previous years in the 10-year capital plan, but at this point, we're waiting to see what council's direction is. We could look in terms of increasing the capital levy, or we could look in terms of going out and debt financing as well. But at the end of the day, the only option is to pay for it from residential, either whether it be user fees or taxes. We don't currently have reserves set aside for this.
Okay, thank you. And I guess that conversation will come back later today. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Cooper.
Thank you, Mayor. Whoa. Is that echoing that? Oh, God. Sorry, guys. I tease me. Is this something? Oh.
Oh. No, he's on both.
Go team.
Is computer training part of the library programming?
Where's your browser?
We do have drop-in tech help.
Just while Councillor Cooper's getting organized, Councillor Predko, one of the things we discussed briefly at the board in our last meeting is we understand that you have hired a consultant to examine all of the current facilities and buildings that the township owns. And that's one of the other reasons we certainly didn't go farther in exploring the Baxter Ward Center, because I think you'll find out from that study the state of that property and have a better starting point as to whether that's a viable option and how long it might take.
Yep, I had that in the back of my mind too.
Councillor Cooper.
I think you can hear me now. And
Yes.
Isn't that
Yes.
Yep.
I can't see my screen anymore, hardly see it, but here we go. Certainly need a remedial course at the library. But just wanted to make a few comments and ask a few questions. I want to start off by saying that I certainly am in favor of providing library services for our entire community. It's very important. Just reading alone is becoming rare these days, so I'm hoping that we are able to encourage more to do some reading. But there have been some very good questions asked this morning that I think are related to this particular issue, and I wanted to sort of come in with a few additional bits of information. But starting, I wanted to get just a little better understanding of your statistics that you have on about the 4th page, which talks about the percentage of the population in each ward, or each area, I should say, each branch area. And specifically, being from Ward 2, I'm a little bit confused by the percentages used for MacTier and Honey Harbor, because in Ward 2, I would be inclined to say that 75% of the population come through Honey Harbor. Very few would be using MacTier. There'd be some in going through King Bay, but it's relatively small percentage of the population. I sort of ballparked it at about 75-25. How did you come to 10 and 11%?
These were collected with the board. We had, as you know, the library board spread out across the township, along with discussions actually were initially just split it up by ward. We weren't initially going to separate some of upper and lower, but that seemed a little bit too cut and dry and maybe not quite as accurate, because there is some spillover across the wards to different branches. But as a board, it was separated this way based on usage and residents and council input.
So I would just ask that you take a look at that again, because I think it's not a really good sort of analysis from Ward 2 perspective. I think it's stating a much higher percentage of residents going to MacTier out of Ward 2. I know where they go for their marina, so that's my point. Anyway, you might want to take a look at that particular percentage as being a bit distorted.
Thank you.
Thank you. But moving on, the issue of how are we going to pay for this comes up, and certainly was on my radar. I did a bit of quick math, and we're going to discuss the budget later this morning, but some quick math. I found 3 sets of numbers that totaled an increase of about $1,058,000 for this year over last year, and the 3 categories that were shown in our budget. So that is concerning, because it's about a 7.5 or 7 point something % increase, and that doesn't include this the capital work that would go, capital expenditure that would go into this library. So I raised that as an issue, being able to afford it essentially. I also, have seen the stats before regarding the usage, and that is quite low in Port Severn. And one way you can look at it is say, well, if we have a much bigger facility, there'd be more traffic. That's could be true, but it's also a bit of a field of dreams issue, which is if you build it, they will come, and that's a question that we have to assess. Is it likely to see a lot more activity if we build something bigger or provide something larger? So there's that issue. I think the other thing that isn't really showing here, and it's difficult to answer this one, and I'm not really asking a question, but just asking you to consider the fact that many seasonal residents frankly go back and forth to their homes often, and down, but many others are going up and down after 2 or 3 weeks, and they go to their library in their winter home, and they get their books there and take them back to the cottage to read. So has that been factored into the thinking here? And I would just ask that some thought be given to that. And I think the suggestion actually of a survey of the community would help provide that information. What library do you use, and would you use a library in Port Severn, even if you don't right now because it's too small, or something along those lines? Try and get some information through a survey. I think might give me at least more comfort in approving any sort of expenditure. So I wanted to raise all those points, and thank you for your time.
We usually, Councillor Cooper, do a yearly survey. We haven't put it together yet. We certainly can adjust some of the questions and try to get more feedback as you've suggested. I think we do know anecdotally at least that a lot of the seasonal residents who are up for longer periods far prefer to come to our library branches than having to go to their library at home. Lots of grandparents are coming with grandkids. Again, it's anecdotally, but Stephanie and the team see it. But I certainly think we can delve into that more often in a survey, and certainly to Councillor Graziano's point, potentially have a section of questions that are specifically for Port Severn residents to gather more data over the next few months.
Thank you. Excuse me, Councillor Bochek, please.
Thank you, through you, Mayor. Thank you, Susan and Stephanie, for your report. Very educational. I'm going to take a look at this from a little bit of different perspective, and that is the size and the accessibility of the Port Severn branch. My talking to our residents is they feel that they're walking into an office, a very small library with a lot of attached offices, being the fire department, bylaw department. It doesn't feel like a library to them. And the limited accessibility, the hours that it's open, seem to be an issue. And second to that, I'm very in tune with Port Severn, not just in Georgian Bay Township, but Tay Township and Severn Township. And Port Severn children are Port Severn children. I don't care where they come from. And right now, the kids have to get their parents to drive them to Wabashine, which is the nearest branch where they can get any sort of programming, because they can't get it in Port Severn. So I didn't see anything about your encatchment area that referred to outside of Georgian Bay Township. And I know it's a budgetary concern of ours, but like I said, children are children. They would like to bicycle over to the library like they do in Honey Harbor. And I didn't see any reflection on the residents from outside, especially the seasonal residents that come to Port Severn, being Severn Township on Gloucester Pool and Little Lake. And I think that'd be a very important factor to take into consideration when you're looking at numbers as well, too, in the future.
Those are great points. I would agree. We don't know a lot about potentially, there might be a lot of the boaters in Port Severn that are coming over to the library or would like to take their kids there. We do know a fair amount about the township of Tay, because they're our closest neighbor, and we do know that Tay Township is in the process of trying to work something through with their council, because all three of their branches, including Wabashine, are starting to fall apart. So they're experiencing some growth issues and the ability to not support them. So, but we can certainly take a little bit more of a dive into that area, Councillor Boychuk. It's a good suggestion.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
I was just to add, it's a similar situation. We see it up in MacTier with some of the neighboring communities. So it's a good point to take that into consideration for our Port Severn branch as well.
Councillor Hazelton.
Thank you. And thank you for the update. The couple of things. It was very interesting to learn from our building official today that the lower traffic is probably a function of the fact that the building can't support it and is not allowed to support it. So that's a showstopper right there for that facility. It's good to know, but I didn't know it, and we've had lots of conversations about it. But in some respects, the inverse of that is, and we've heard expressions of build it and they will come. Well, you can't build it in Port Severn Community Services building, so they can't come. So that's a showstopper there. But I think we've demonstrated as a township when the library asked to continue to have access to the ground floor of the Park Landing building, that made a significant impact in the ability to operate programs, and it has a significant increase in usage as a result of that. And so I think the build it and they will come analogy is true in this case. I did some analysis of the stats of Port Severn and MacTier, and it certainly appears that the usage is the same per square foot. So if I double the square foot, I'm going to have double the usage. If I quadruple the square foot, I'll probably have quadruple the usage. So those are, to me, anyways, interesting factors. I was asking our CEO of the library there what was the importance of the Arupala guidelines. And so on one hand, we have this organization, Arupala, who are telling us what we should do. But we have another example of there's no teeth in what they are telling us we should do. There's just guidelines. And it's up to us as a township to either listen to guidelines to make our communities better or to ignore those guidelines. And I'm not sure that ignoring is the right strategy. So I'll just leave that there. And one other kind of factor that I hadn't thought about too much prior to this meeting, but I did a little quick calculation. I thought I'd share it with you. The distance between Port Severn and Honey Harbor is 10 kilometers. The distance between the library in Aurora and Newmarket is 6 kilometers. We have a massive library in Aurora, we have a massive library in Newmarket, and so if one says the average travel is 3 kilometers because it's halfway in between, then we're dealing with a 3-kilometer commute to the library, not a 10-kilometer commute. So I think the distances right here cause a fail, if you will, from what we have versus what we likely should have. Having said all of that, it pains me to think about the money that we might have to spend and the impacts on the budget. But that's a dilemma and a debate for later on today and later on in the year. But I thought I'd share that with you.
Well, I don't know about you, Councillor Hazelton, but I think I'd much rather drive the 10 kilometers between Port Severn and Honey Harbor than the 6 kilometers between Aurora and Newmarket. But that's maybe just me. But that take half the time. Here it would, you know.
It's notable just to keep in mind in the report that the Honey Harbor situation is adequate, but we do have a longer term concern about Honey Harbor with the growth of the number of kids going to the school. We're very concerned potentially we may be asked to leave that side of the building if the school needs both sides. So we may have a subsequent concern and challenge on our hand in a number of years in Honey Harbor, and also just based on the sheer volume of people that are coming to both the Park Landing branch and the school branch. It's been pretty overwhelming usage in a great way, but it's in the back of our minds as well, should something happen with the school.
Maybe I'm a little biased, but I think it'd be a wonderful problem to have if the Honey Harbor School isn't big enough for all the kids, considering that they were trying to shut it down 10 years ago.
We don't disagree with you, but.
Couple of questions, and one of them has been touched upon, and I'm curious. The MacTier Library is an interesting library, and then in my mind, it potentially serves half a dozen communities. You got Georgian Bay, you got Muskoka Lakes, you got Seguin, you have Archipelago, you have Moose Deer Point. Maybe not Wata, but okay, maybe it's only a handful, but a handful of communities. How many of them do use the MacTier Library? And what's the status of them having cards or not having cards to use it? Or are there any restrictions or handcuffs put on people? I can't believe libraries saying to somebody you can't come through the door. I'm just curious about that.
Yeah.
We do have a reciprocal lending agreement with the entire district of Muskoka. So what that means, and to touch on Councillor Hazelton's point, the distances are actually less because York Region also has a reciprocal lending agreement. So you can go to any library in York Region. In Muskoka, if you live, work, or go to school, you can get a card at any of the libraries. As we know, and I've heard it discussed here before, Georgian Bay is kind of on one side of Muskoka, and so the corridor in which we're traveling might not be conducive to residents having a card for Bracebridge, let's say. But where we see a lot of crossover is residents on the sort of Georgian Bay side of Muskoka Lakes, for example, are very active in the MacTier community, not just at the library, but in the community as a whole. And we see them coming in and out of the library on a daily basis. So we do have agreements in place with other municipalities in Muskoka. The Archipelago has a separate agreement with us where they reimburse taxpayers, residents who are interested in a card. But that's sort of the typical solution to those communities that sit in that zone where you have a lot of crossover. Does that, is that clear enough and is a bit of an answer there?
Well, partially, because my point being is that the MacTier librarian, which I think is a wonderful service to the geographical area. But you know, when you talk about your catchment area, I don't think you included people who live on the other side of Stewart Lake or in the bottom of the archipelago, or et cetera, et cetera. And I think in reality, I would imagine that your catchment area is probably double what you expressed for MacTier. But I also am conscious that, be that the case, is the residents of Georgian Bay who are paying for the library. I mean, the archipelago may pay for their card, but the card doesn't cover the cost of serving a patron of the library.
That's right.
My second comment is with regards to the Port Severn facility, and you know, there's no question that it's I'll call it the weak link in your library trio, with the greater population and the least facilities, and I absolutely believe that the future of the township includes a more robust library service in Port Severn. I'm not debating that, but my questions are, where are the potential patrons of your library going? Are they going nowhere? Are they going to Honey Harbor? Are they going to Wabashine? Any idea of, I mean, I know it's a very difficult question to ask, but you know, whatever you might pick up on the ground, you know, are they going elsewhere? Or are they just not bothering to take advantage of library services? I mean, in my mind, library users are, I'm probably going to upset the librarians in the room, but the library users fall into two categories: those who are dedicated, and they're going to go to a library no matter what, and those who are of convenience. In other words, you bring them in with a program, oh great, I'll borrow a book while I'm here, type of thing. And obviously that's not happening in Port Severn, that second group. But I'm wondering where the dedicated and even the part-time users, where they're going. Any hints on that for Port Severn? And I guess what I'm leading to, if some of them are going to Honey Harbor, then we have to understand the Honey Harbor stats would change if there was a bigger Port Severn offering.
I think, and Susan, feel free to add to this. This has come up in discussion with the board in the past, figuring out what sort of where those cutoff areas are for people's traveling limitations. Everybody's going to have a different, as you say, some people are dedicated and will drive the 30 minutes and some people will not. We do see programs, I don't know, maybe I could say special programs or programs with more of a draw, bringing people from across the township to different branches. So I won't say that a Honey Harbor resident never goes to MacTier. If there's a program of interest, for example, we brought in a local business and it was a food-based dip program, and the program got an incredible response, and people were coming from all over the township to go to the one that we had in MacTier. And then, you know, a few weeks later, we ran a different one with the same business down in Honey Harbor, and those people came to Honey Harbor as well. So I won't say they never cross over or travel. It's just less likely and less convenient in an era when people are looking for those convenient services. To know exactly if they're going to somewhere like Wabashine, I think would be a little bit harder without including those types of questions, perhaps on our upcoming community survey. I know we've already started a list here of a few other questions to include. And I think that's definitely going to be one to focus in on. Where are they going, if not Port Severn? Get the sort of non-user perspective.
And we know Mayor could say that for a lot of Port Severn people, there's a mental stigma. They don't want to drive all the way to Honey Harbor. We've heard that, even though we know a certain portion of the population, of course, go shopping to Honey Harbor. But it's why we put as the first option is to just close Port Severn and send everyone to Honey Harbor. And it's not an option we've ruled out. But then we are, if we did that, and all of the Port Severn, residents started to drive to Honey Harbor, we're going to have a problem with space in Honey Harbor immediately, right? If we took all of those patrons who aren't going to Port Severn, but all of a sudden start showing up in Honey Harbor, we're going to have a space issue in Honey Harbor. That's the challenge with that option. It's tricky because, we have an email database of people who sign up to get the newsletter, but, we don't have the contact information of every resident. So I just made a note. I don't know whether we might be able to do our regular library survey, but also work with the township to try to get it out to the tax-based list, because then we could actually get some real statistics, which we don't, in fairness, have today. It's just not one of the things we do today, and we don't really have the ability to do it, just based on being a library board.
Well, I'm going to say, even though I could ask a whole pile more questions, I'm instead going to say thank you very much for your presentation. It's fueled 3/4 of an hour plus of discussion here. I also definitely appreciated in your presentation putting some options out there to be considered, so it gives us something to think about. My long-term vision of Port Severn absolutely would include a robust, is that the right word, but a good library for all the residents in the area, including, I would argue, people on the other side of the bridge, because I think that, we would be the closer location.
Absolutely.
Obviously, it's going to take further discussion and think what options might work and how it ties into other things that we would try to doing in the township, and to what degree we think our residents will be willing to pay for it. So it's but I appreciate you initiating the conversation. It's due. So I'm going to say with that, thank you very much for coming and joining us this morning.
Thanks for having us.
Thank you very much.
Madam Clerk, open forum.
We have none.
We have none, and we don't have any other folks that want to speak to us before we start speaking too much at them. All right. Shall we go into communications from council and CAO? I think that's next on the agenda. I don't even know I don't know what we did. Who was first last time? Okay, then I'm going to start with Councillor Bocek.
Thank you, and through you, Mayor. Our council meeting started a little bit later this month, but my report is for the month, so I may be repeating some things, but that's okay. First of all, on October the 3rd, we had a Zoom meeting with the committee members and volunteers for the Honeybee Festival for planning and organizing the event. On the 4th, I attended the Honeybee Festival with family, and along with Arthur Gustakis of Segbay, we welcomed the volunteers and provided breakfast sandwiches for all. The 6th, attended the Township of Georgian Bay meeting. The 7th, the Cow meeting. October the 9th, attended a meeting at the home of Steve Shell, including a group, including Don McDonald, in prep for the October 25th MacTier Master Plan meeting in Councillor Steve Pretko's absence. October the 12th, I took off for vacation and didn't come back till the 23rd, so nothing between those dates. On the 25th, I did attend the meeting with the MacTier community. There was about 94 people that attended. It was very well organized and extremely well done by Peggy Baumgardner. The meeting generated great ideas and prioritized their importance. Basically, on the 29th, I attended the 6 Mile Lake Cottage Association, where our mayor and Councillor Graziano attended. It was a late evening meeting, and I was late coming to the meeting, but regardless, learned quite a bit, even being late. On the 30th, a board meeting, budget and planning for SSEA. I'm still a board member on the SSEA, not a committee member, and we had many discussions about the finances moving forward. And on October the 31st, I met with Chair Lehman for a one-on-one to discuss the accomplishments during my term with Township of Georgian Bay and how we're going to move forward. And we also discussed and reviewed the performance of Chair Lehman and our council. And all in all, it was a very productive meeting. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Predko.
Thank you. And I think quite a bit of overlap with Councillor Bocek this month. I did attend the MacTier Arena Advisory Committee in October, where we discussed capital costs for the arena coming forward and initiating some thoughts on how we're going to manage these and how these fit in with the community's priorities, which leads to the MacTier community meeting, which we had on the 27th of October. And it was, as Councillor Bocek highlighted, very well attended, I think. About 94 people from the community came to provide their input on what they thought are priorities going forward for the community. And I think there were a lot of great pieces of information, and it was very well facilitated by Peggy and Don and Chris Fellows. They have produced a draft report, which they are hoping to meet with township staff so we can get back on to the track that we were on before we paused the meeting in September. So I'm very excited. I think they're very excited to have these ideas presented and ready to move forward with the process of creating the master plan. And there was also the District Engineering and Public Works Committee meeting in the middle of October that a number of residents in wards 2 and 1 with their concerns about the closing of bin sites at 12 Mile Bay Road and Go Home Lake Road had an opportunity to express their concerns to district committee members, and the outcome of that meeting was that staff is going to produce a report looking at remote management of sites, but we will see how that progresses in the new year. That's pretty much it. Thanks.
Thank you. Councillor Graziano.
Thank you, and through your worship. It's been a bit of a busy month with the SSCA quarterly meeting, as Councillor Bocek had earlier articulated. Him and I jointly joined, albeit he took a portion of it and I followed through on the back end of it. I held my monthly association meeting, which are standing meetings every month. I get an opportunity to understand what's happening within the community, as well as what the associations need and how we can better support them. I did attend the SMLCA AGM alongside of course, yourself, your worship, as well as Councillor Bocek and numerous staff members present. It was great to see what's happening and how the SMLCA is doing overall. I was present on a matter that required my attention on behalf of council, and spent the better part of the morning slash afternoon in that meeting. And then lastly, of course, I attended the bi-monthly MAC meeting for the MacTier Arena Advisory Committee. And so that concludes my month. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Hazelton.
Thank you. So as one would expect, and other councillors have the same experience, lots of meetings, discussions and calls. In my case, lots on the water quality topic, waste and waste management, and what the plans are going forward, and also a road association concern. As you know, I'm on the library boards. We've had lots of discussions on the library board, which I think are helping us get to a better place, or helping us get to a point where we can bring something effective to the township for a decision. As with the rest of council, I participated in those lovely Oak Bay discovery sessions. That was a interesting experience. I did want to report though. I've commented in the past, and I think we have collectively discussed in the past, that volunteerism is a challenge in the communities today. In Honey Harbor, we had the opportunity to recognize a very long-term volunteer. The gentleman's name is Norm Buchanan, and he has contributed over 42 years of his life helping out in the community of Honey Harbor. He was on the board of the Honey Harbor Association, served in various roles, including president, and was the auditor for, I don't know, another 20 years. So just a phenomenal contribution to the Honey Harbor community. And I guess we should all aspire to that kind of volunteerism. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Cooper.
Thank you, Mayor, and I'll try and be brief. Lots of meetings, as everybody's pointed out. And believe it or not, I actually keep a paper calendar, which I didn't bring with me today, so I'm doing some of this from memory, although I do have it electronically somewhat. But just wanted to say that, yes, we've had a variety of different things coming our way this past month, including meetings regarding Oak Bay with legal counsel, etc. But on top of which, I attended district meetings, of course. I did sit down with Chair Lehman and had a very good discussion about what I think the district could be doing and what he thought the district and the township of Georgian Bay could be doing. So it was very helpful and a useful exchange of ideas. Quite a good meeting, also a new format at the district in terms of consolidating meetings. There's been a bit of this in the past, but it's, I think, proving to be useful, particularly with the Engineering and Public Works and the Finance Committee being together. There's the Engineering and Public Works is a big spend, so it sort of makes sense anyway to be having the two together, I think. And it helps also in the sense of maybe being a little bit more efficient in terms of our use of time. So I think there's a way forward with that, or hopefully there will be. And that was on, so the week of the 20th and the 22nd. Other meetings, water quality was another subject that I was trying to address in terms of looking towards the future. I sat down with an individual that was very interesting in terms of their experience and what they might be able to bring to the table for us in water quality. And I was very pleased to hear Councillor Hazelton talk about volunteers and the volunteers that have helped in Honey Harbor. What we need to do, I think, as councillors, continue to recruit volunteers in our communities. Even if it's for water quality testing, it would be one thing. For many years out in coastal Georgian Bay, we had Dr. Pat Chow-Fraser and her team doing all the work for us. Now we need volunteers. So I just speak to my fellow coastal councillors to say we need to ramp up the recruiting. So that was another sort of piece that is important, and maybe we need to ramp up the recruiting, keeping in mind that we have an election next year. So there's another place that we can perhaps identify potential candidates in the future. Anyway, that's what I've been up to. Thank you very much.
Thank you. I will say I was involved in a lot of different conversations this past month, and actually the election of next year was a conversation, topic that came up a number of times, including potential new candidates both at the township and district level. So I enjoyed that conversations. For some reason, waste was still probably the #1 topic, but water quality came in, road quality came into the conversations, and planning, bylaw, Oak Bay, lots of the usual. But on my calendar, October 9th, I attended a Georgian Bay General Hospital elected officers meeting. I quite enjoyed all the information they were able to provide there. Board of Health. I'm sure this is the inappropriate way of putting it, but breaking in the new medical officer of health, because of course there has been a change. Now Dr. Lisa Simons is replacing Dr. Charles Gardner of about 20 years. Attended the MacTier Arena Advisory Committee board remotely, and then went to a seminar called Building Beyond Code on the 21st in Deerhurst, and that was sort of I found it a fascinating because it talks about buildings and their effect on our climate and on our environment, and how that is getting both better and worse as time goes on. And so I found that very interesting, because I think we have to reflect on the fact that as we address everything from climate change to the environmental quality around us, that buildings they have big footprints, and we have to recognize that. As Councillor Cooper mentioned, on the 22nd, 23rd, attended 2 super committees, is one of the ways they sometimes put it, when they're combining the 4 committees into 2 as a trial. Again, I commend district for doing these experiments. Last month it was a super cow meeting, and now it was a super committees meetings. But I did reflect with a number of people at district the fact that what they've done there in the past is they've had committees that are have 1 representative from each lower tier, so 6 reps plus the district chair, and which means that when you're in either Lake of Bays or Township of Georgian Bay, one of our councillors has to attend 2 of these committees in the past. Well, now we're getting to the point that if we will go down the super committee route, which would basically have 2 councillors from each township and town in each of those super committees, that means we're going to have 1 councillor, 1 district councillor from our township who actually has to go for 2 days, where everybody else goes for 1 day. Or another way of putting it, 2 out of the 22 councillors will have to put in double the time on committees. I have an opinion about that. You already can hear it in my voice, and I think this is a reminder of the imbalance that we have at district at this time, in my opinion. But following that, and following the legal adventure that was made reference to a couple of times, went to the Biosphere for their annual meeting, in which they strong-armed me, almost literally, into staying for another year, even though my term is up. So I'm good. I will have that conflict of interest for 1 more year, being with the Biosphere. Missed the MacTier planning session on the Saturday, the 25th, which I would have gone to, but for conflict of other arrangements that had been made based on prior predictions of when that meeting was going to take place. But I want to say that I was more than impressed with the report that came out. I thought it was extremely well done, very informative, very helpful, and a terrific start to the review, the refresh, whatever wording you want to use of what how MacTier can and us can, and we can work together to encourage a even stronger future for the community and the area. On the 27th, it was the Muskoka Municipal Not-for-Profit Housing Corporation, which I'm a member of through a district, and we're discussing how district can best support housing going forward, and the challenges that we have with all the various supported housing options that are currently existing, and how the waiting list is huge. So I think that's extremely important work for our residents to be addressing that. Also attended the 6 Mile Lake annual meeting that they held on the 29th, and on the 31st, Halloween. Not only was I in an office here where you couldn't recognize most of the staff, though they tell me that they were similar to people who work here before and after, but also that was my opportunity to meet with Chair Lehman and discuss the district programming for the next year, and we started talking about the next term as well. And I think that was I appreciate that, and all the work that he is putting into his role as chair of the district. And that's my report. So that means, Mr. Mariotti, we're looking for a CEO update, please.
Yeah, thank you, Mayor Coetzee, and good morning, Council. Just a bit of an update from staff's perspective. So we've been actively advancing key initiatives and maintaining essential services across the township. We've made meaningful progress in strengthening regional emergency collaboration by initiating the conversation of donating a surplus fire tanker truck to Moose Deer Point First Nation. So that would support their new fire department, enhancing mutual aid capacity for us. And this also obviously aligns with Council's strategic priority of engaging Indigenous communities and fostering regional resilience. In terms of professional development strategic planning, I attended the Ontario Municipal Administrators Association conference, and our CBO co-hosted the Building Officials Conference in Huntsville. And other department heads continue to engage with their peers across the province and participate in regional programs. The finance team, as Council knows, has finalized the proposed 2026 budget. Budget sessions are planned for November, with adoption targeted for early December, fingers crossed. As was done last year, staff have set time aside to meet individually with councillors so that hopefully we can have some efficient budget meetings. In terms of operations, they've been busy as well. They've completed extensive road maintenance with the grading of all their gravel roads. That's done, and staff have actually applied 12 tons of coal patch on township and district roads to address potholes. The ditching on both Hasketts Drive and Leduc Lane has also been completed, so again, fingers crossed, we won't have an issue again on Leduc Lane for a fraction of the original price that the engineers had quoted us. The Arena Ice was open for business on September 15th. And in terms of Parks Activities, Council will have read the long list of work completed this past month. For the fire department, they responded to 210 calls to date, and they've also issued over 2,100 burn permits, so which I believe that is a record for us, while bylaw enforcement addressed a range of community concerns, including short-term rental compliance. HR has advanced recruitment efforts, policy and training updates, and celebrated staff achievements through the Social Committee's High Five program, while the Planning Department continues to work on the official plan review and zoning amendments on top of several complex ongoing files. The sustainability team pursued grants for energy efficient retrofits and have been promoting food bank initiatives while trying to secure additional donors. And finally, Local Government Week took place between October 19th and the 25th, and the Clerk's Department prepared a mini social media campaign promoting this to the community, and they're also working hard to prepare for the next municipal election, believe it or not, next year. That's it for me, and thank you for your time and continued support.
Well, thank you very much for that. Next section on our agenda is staff reports. And I understand that the first scheduled report, which was a code of conduct complaint report, has been postponed. And therefore, ready or not, 2026 staff proposed budget from our Financial Services Department. On your mark, get set, go.
Thank you, Mayor Coutier, and through you to members of council. Sorry. The purpose of today's presentation is to officially table the township's 2026 staff proposed budget and provide members of council, along with members of the public, with some highlights with respect to this plan. Staff are requesting the 2026 staff proposed budget be received today and referred to a special meeting of council for further discussion and deliberation. Next slide, please. Today's agenda includes a high-level review of the 2026 budget, which is comprised of taxation and the operating base budget increase, as well as the capital budget and the capital levy increase. Secondly, staff have prepared a reserve forecast to determine if the township will have enough funds to complete current and future capital projects, or if we will need to look for other sources of funding, such as taking on additional debt or deferring projects. This is an important exercise as we continue to update our asset management plan and align the township's infrastructure needs with affordability. In addition, staff have identified new initiatives or service enhancements that are being proposed for the 2026 budget for council consideration. Lastly, we will review the budget timelines as well as the process. The goal of today's meeting is to table the budget and to provide council with enough time and resources to gain the understanding that they need to make decisions on November 25th and 26th. Next slide, please. As noted earlier, the township's consolidated budget is comprised of two key components: the tax-supported operating budget, which includes programs and services that are primarily funded from property taxes, user fees, as well as reserves. Some examples of the services and programs include budgets for roads maintenance, budget for fire and emergency services, winter control, parks facilities, as well as bylaw enforcement. The capital budget and 10-year capital plan includes capital projects or equipment the township acquires, constructs, or renews to ensure the service potential of its infrastructure assets. The 2026 operating base budget is set to see a tax increase in the amount of $424,580, which equates to a 3.74% increase. This includes base budget increases such as merit progressions, legislated benefit increases, collective agreement impacts, service contract agreements, operating commitments, as well as economic adjustments related to the ongoing operations of the township. This also includes a reduction of the attrition rate and a reduced reliance on reserves to balance the budget. Council may recall in 2025, the capital tax levy was paused for 1 year, and therefore Council is seeing this program being reestablished for 2026 and moving forward. In 2022, a financial strategy was developed and adopted by Council to address the annual capital funding gap, which was outlined in the 2020 Asset Management Plan. As a result, staff are proposing a capital levy increase of 3.62% for 2026. Next slide, please. The impact of the 2026 proposed budget on a residential property assessed at $538,000 is a net increase of $117.25, and that's only for the township portion, or $21.79 for assessment of $100,000. Staff reached out to the district, and based on their multi-year budget presented in 2025, they estimated a 3.93% tax levy increase. Now that's based on last year's information, and they will continue to update their proposed budget, and that projection may change. Staff do not anticipate any changes to the education levy. Overall, this results in a blended property tax increase of 4.41%, or $205.10 for a residential property assessed at $538,000, or $38.12 for per $100,000 of assessment. Next slide. Staff are proposing a base budget increase of 7.36%. This equates to less than $10 a day per month for a property assessed at $538,000. This is about 32 cents a day on a $20 million budget, which also includes capital projects of about $5.2 million. Next slide. Before moving on to the service enhancements, I wanted to provide a quick refresher on the 2020 Asset Management Plan. Based on this plan, the township needed to allocate approximately $3 million annually to address capital requirements for our assets. This figure will likely increase as we continue to update our asset management plan and as we continue to receive more up-to-date and accurate data. For example, we're currently proceeding with the facility condition assessment audit, as well as hopefully in the future updating our roads needs study. The Township of Georgian Bay took a proactive approach to reduce the infrastructure gap by committing to achieve full funding levels within 5 years and to eventually reach a break-even point within 9 years to fully close the accumulated infrastructure gap. Based on the chart before Council today, year 1 represented 2020, as the study was based on 2020 figures. However, the plan was adopted in 2022, hence identifying that we are already behind in contributing to full funding of all asset categories over the next 10 years. This will further be demonstrated within the next few slides, identifying the reserve forecast, where we see reserves being depleted even further. The Asset Management Regulation, specifically Ontario Regulation 588-17, requires all municipalities in Ontario to have a comprehensive asset management plan in place that includes a financial strategy to fund proposed levels of service for the next 10 years. The asset management plan must include a strategy that outlines the estimated costs of the identified life cycle activities, the funding that is available each year for the full 10-year forecast, and identified infrastructure funding gaps and potential strategies to fund them, such as reserve funds, property taxes, user rates, or reserves. Next slide, please. The capital tax levy was established when the asset management plan was presented to Council back in February of 2022. A financial strategy was developed to address the annual capital funding gap and to reduce the infrastructure deficit of approximately $1,169,000 by increasing tax revenue by 3.8% each year for the next 5 years. And that was for the purpose of funding all asset categories. Hence why Council today is seeing a 3.62% increase in the capital levy for 2026. Next slide, please. As noted earlier, the asset management plan must include a strategy that outlines the funding that is available for each year of the full 10-year forecast. The current capital funding forecast outlines the township's projected contributions to and spending from reserves from 2026 through to 2035. The forecast reflects a strategic effort to balance necessary infrastructure investment with long-term financial sustainability. The slide before you demonstrates over the next several years continued infrastructure investment, including major capital works, which will further reduce our reserve levels. 2028 is forecasted to see reserve spending of over $8.8 million, resulting in a negative reserve balance from 2028 through to 2033. This pattern demonstrates that large-scale capital projects will nearly deplete our reserve balances, placing pressure on the township to rebuild our reserves for future years or take on debt financing or potentially deferring projects. The 2026 budget is the first year we are not only contributing to capital projects, but we are also contributing to reserves to help gradually rebuild our reserves over time. Next slide. So in addition to providing core services and programs to Georgian Bay residents, staff are proposing 7 service enhancements. A detailed justification for each service enhancement is attached to the budget so that Council is able to review each on its own merit. Staff will also discuss these service enhancements in further detail when we review departmental budgets on November 26th. The slide provides a high-level list of township proposed service enhancements and their proposed impact on the 2026 budget, which is an additional 3.44% if all were approved. Of the 7 service enhancements requested, 4 pertain to staffing positions. Next slide, please. Increases to agencies, boards, and committees have been included as service enhancements regardless of their increase, impact, or initiative. This approach is to clearly distinguish between township-wide base budget increases and those increases that originate from external agencies, such as the SSEA board or the library board. By segregating these amounts, the budget provides a transparent view of where the increases are occurring, whether they're through municipal services or through partner organizations. The proposed impact on the 2026 proposed budget would be an additional 0.34%, and that's an increase based on the library services, salaries and benefits, as well as the SSEA general operating core services increase. However, in addition to these requests, Council is being tasked with providing direction with regards to the continuation of core services by services delivered through the SSEA, as well as that Council provide direction regarding the Township of Georgian Bay's Public Libraries request, which presents options requiring up to $1 million in additional funding for 2026. Next slide, please. This slide provides an overview of the timeline. The next phase of the budget deliberations consists of 3 days of staff and council budget information sessions from November 12th to the 14th. These are intended to be one-on-one sessions with department heads as well as finance. These sessions should be booked through the clerk's department and can be in person, online, or even via the telephone. These sessions are intended to go over the nitty-gritty details of the budget, as well as to provide council with a better understanding of the budget or the process itself. November 25th has been set aside for presentations from agencies, boards, and committees. Council will be requested to make decisions on November 25th for inclusion in the final budget package. November 26th has been set aside for a full day of budget deliberations, where staff will provide an overview of the budget and department heads will present their service enhancements for council's consideration. This session will focus on service enhancements as well as the overall capital budget. Council will be requested to vote on both the base as well as the base operating budget as well as the base capital budget on November 26th. December 1st is the regular scheduled meeting of council where the final budget will be presented for adoption. So today, staff are requesting the 2026 proposed budget be received and referred to a special meeting of council for further discussion and deliberation. Before I conclude my presentation, I did receive an email from OMPF, the Ontario Municipal Partnership Fund grant, and initially we had increased that grant by $60,000, and I've just received notification that it is going up much more than that. So there is an additional $87,000 that I will be including in the base budget, which will then reduce the initial base budget levy by almost 1%. Thank you.
Thank you, and thank you for that good news to end your presentation. I just want to make a couple remarks before I turn it over to council, and I see your hand, Councillor Predko. Based on provincial regulations, this is a so-called mayor's budget. I'm not buying into that to any great extent other than what we are obliged to do by the rules and regs. But I wanted it to be understood, this budget that's being presented is I'll call it the starting point of our discussions, and today is not the day that we're making decisions about any of the items on the budget. The month of November is for the review, the consideration, the questions. We'll have at least two public meetings. One is where people present to us why we should give them more money or money at all. And then the other one is when we as a council will sit down, I think it's November 26th, to do our fine tuning, our ratcheting, whether it's up or down and all that sort of stuff. So hopefully by the end of the November 26th, staff will be able to come back, prepare a report and come back on December, whatever date it is, 1st, when we have a council meeting, and 2nd, and hopefully we'll be able to make a decision at that point. So I just want, as we go through this, today's time for questions and clarification and starting point, but this is not, we're not going to be making decisions. So this is not the time for, let me call it, arguments in favor or against things. This is to get clarification and all that. So with that, Councillor Predko, start it off, please.
Thank you, and through your worship, and my questions hopefully are just for clarification and for direction for our meetings later in November. First of all, just on the capital levy, we're proposing a 3.62 for 2026, although the motion from 2022 was for an 8.6 or a 3.8% increase. Do we need to be looking at 3.8 versus 3.62? And I know, we're looking at the reserve forecast. Is there a benefit to keeping it down to 3.62 versus trying to maintain our reserves with that little tiny increase of 3.8?
That's a great question. Thank you. Through you, Mayor Coutier, to Councillor Predko. We met several times with the senior management staff to determine what the absolute necessary needs were to ensure that we had capital projects that were completed in 2026. You'll notice when you look at our annual plan as well as our 10-year capital plan, we are seeing a large carryover from 2025. So ideally, the goal was to provide council with a budget that was an absolute must. This is what we need to get done in 2026, which includes our carryover. The less than 0.2%, I don't believe it's a make it or break it. I think the goal for us this year was to ensure that we had an additional $300,000 that we're just setting aside to go to reserves, which we have never done in the past. We've always allocated it or committed it to specific projects every year. So I would say there shouldn't be a I don't believe it's much of a variation for that point, less than 0.2%, because this is the first year we're actually putting funds aside just to reserves.
Okay, thank you. And then the other question really is, we've got the $200,000 in for water quality testing. In 2022, I think that number was $15,000 or $17,500. Would it be possible for the November meetings to have a short staff report on where we've gone in the last 4 years from $15,000 to $200,000, just because it's a tenfold increase in expenditure, and what are we achieving for that increased dollar number?
Yeah, through Mayor Kurtzier to Councillor Predko, that all had to do with the RFP. So it doesn't have to do with past performance or past what was spent previously. It was with what they want to move forward with whatever program we're running in the future.
Well, yes, and I appreciate that, but we will be looking at a tenfold increase from what we were doing before. So I think that's an important consideration for us. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Cooper.
Thank you, Mayor. I just wanted to understand a couple of things here, but just with respect to the water quality issue, we need to remember that we had a free ride for many years, and that's why the massive difference. We don't have that free ride anymore with Dr. Pat Shaw-Fraser and McMaster. So we were lucky while we had it. But just to sort of get a 10,000-foot picture here, I mentioned earlier, I did a little bit of a quick math, and I went to your report where it broke things down. Let me just find it here. It's under, I think, the second page of your report attached to the agenda. There were 3 sort of sets of numbers here, and when I added them up, I came up with $1,058,000. And basically it was, so just to clarify what I'm referring to here, there was a figure of, oh dear, now I've got to find the paragraph again. Yeah, I think it's in the highlights. Where did I, oh yeah. So 424,000, 324,000, and 308,000. And when you put it all together, it's just under $1,058,000 or around that number. And that's, I don't know what the percentage increase is, but is that an accurate 10,000 view, 10,000 foot view? And it doesn't include any money set aside for the library if that were to happen. We're really talking about $1 million, and what is, I'm sure it's in here somewhere, but help me with this. What is the total increase this year or next year to this year?
Through you, Mayor Kurtzier, to Councillor. I'm trying to find exactly where in the report you're looking. So
report highlights.
Okay, report highlights. So the 424,000 is the operating levy increase, and the 324,846 is the capital levy increase.
And
then we have 7 proposed service enhancements, which adds up to an additional $308,000 and $379. And in total, if we look at our service enhancements, just give me one moment. So what you would be seeing is the $308,000 plus the $749,000, which results in the $1,058,000. That's the 7.36% base budget, which we're already going to see decrease to potentially about 6.5 now, plus the 3.44% service enhancements if council were to approve all of them. And you would see a 10.80% tax levy increase.
So just to clarify, so our total spend is is it 14.7 million that I read here and under consolidated base budget? That includes those three numbers and the $1,000,058,000. So the spend is 14.7 million versus revenues of 13.9 million.
That is correct, and that's only operating.
And that's only operating. Is that correct?
That's correct.
So what's the overall?
That is the overall. If you were to take a look at the consolidated budget within the budget book, you would see you have several columns. We start with 2024 approved budget, 2025 approved budget, and then we get to a base budget. The base budget increase is about $750,000. Service enhancements is a column which has an increase of about $308,000. Those two added together provides you with the $1,058,000 increase
Right.
that council will be considering on November 25th as well as 26th.
So in the back of my mind, just for consideration, is that I would then have to go to my community and say, we're going to spend $1 million more this year.
Yeah, I mean, and I'm doing really simplistic math, but last year we asked our taxpayers to give us $10 million, and this year we're going to ask them to give $11 million if the way it's put in, including the enhancements. I mean, really rough.
Absolutely. If we're looking at basic math, that is how we are looking at it. It is an increase in core services of the $750,000. Council has the option to review each service enhancement and decide whether to approve or not to approve it.
Okay, but clarification here, because you have a number here, 14.7 million. You're referring to 10, 11 million.
Simply because not all of it comes from our taxpayers. Some of it comes from other sources of funding. So,
but that's the spend.
Yeah, but some of the money we're spending has come from the province, or it's come from user fees, or this or that. Yeah,
right.
Yeah. But if you're strictly looking at it from a taxpayer perspective, last year we asked a taxpayer to give us roughly $10 million, and this year, if we go all in, we're going to ask for 11 million instead of 10 million.
So it's a 10% increase.
Yeah,
which
point
is
something.
So my point is, we need to think about that.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Councillor Hazelton, please.
Thank you. I have a question for Jazz. The library facility in McTier, is that a township asset?
I believe it is, but I will refer that question to our Director of Operations.
So that, what I'm trying to do is just frame in my mind here. We've got an asset in McTier, which is a township asset. We have the library board coming to us and talking about potentially a new venue or whatever you want to call it. Are we looking at that as another township asset, or how are we looking at it?
Through you, Mayor Coetzee, to Councillor Hazelton, I believe if it's funded through the taxpayer dollars, it would be a township asset.
Okay, so that could be, if that was something that council embraced, that would be a further impact in the capital budget.
That's correct.
Okay. Someone said to me the other day that other municipalities are on average coming up with low percentage increases year over year. Can you offer a comment on the research you've done as to what other communities are doing, and so we can have some visibility and kind of self-compare?
Thank you, through you, Mayor Coetzee, to Councillor Hazelton. I think there's a few items at play here. First of all, no municipality is alike. No tax base is alike. And we haven't funded our infrastructure perhaps similar to the way other municipalities have. We've had low tax increases for numerous years until the asset management plan became mandated through legislation. And as a result of that, we are seeing large increases to our capital budget. Our base operating is low, 3.77%. My understanding, based on my discussions with my peers, is I'm not seeing anyone come forward with a low increase. I'm hearing above 5 for most municipalities, and I'll have a reflection of comparators at the November 26th meeting for council. There's also lack of growth. We're not seeing a whole lot of growth coming through to reduce our tax levy, which is unfortunate. We're pretty slow right now. Even growth projections in the future are low. And our assessment base is purely residential. We have no commercial to help offset that pressure on our residents. We're also going out and actually doing a better job of collecting our data which includes the facility condition assessments, the roads need studies. This was never done in the past. Our asset management plan was based on assumptions, and now it's going to be based on accurate data. We also have facilities that are underutilized, and I think there are tougher decisions that need to be made in terms of what facilities do we keep and move forward with. I think we are a unique municipality, and expectations are higher and higher each year. So I think there's a variety of things going on in terms of why we are seeing higher increases now than ever before.
So if I hear you correctly, we didn't do things effectively several years ago on the asset side, and we're playing catch up. Is that a simplistic way of looking at it?
Through you, Mayor Coutier, to Councillor Hazelton, I think that's part of it.
So kind of shame on us for not doing the right things years ago, but I think what would be helpful for me, and one of the things that will be helpful to communicate to the residents, is a framing of that message. It sounds to me like we've had new requirements put on us to more effectively manage our assets and fund them going forward. On one hand, I don't necessarily like increases, but helping people understand what we didn't do in the past, what we are now having to do, and kind of painting that picture would be helpful, not only for us, but also as we try to help our residents understand that there may be increases higher than we would have liked, but it's driven because of these past behaviors. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Graziano, please.
Thank you, and through your worship, a few questions to staff. To our Director of Finance, Ms. Radigan. Ms. Radigan, you mentioned growth has stagnated. Can you elaborate as to what you meant on growth? What specifically refers to growth, or how do you define growth?
Through you, Mayor Coutier, to Councillor Graziano. The way that we project the growth is through the assessment base. So whenever there's an increase to the property tax base for the 2025 assessment year, it helps to alleviate the overall taxation, the tax rate. So we take that increased assessment to reduce what the tax rate would be. So if you didn't have a tax budget increase, but you have a tax assessment increase being your growth, then you would actually have a negative increase to your tax rate.
All right, so if Ontario were to reassess property values, that would be perceived as growth. Is that what I'm understanding?
Through you, Mayor Coutier, to Councillor Graziano, if the province were to reevaluate assessments, it would change everyone's assessment, and hence it would change them all equally, not necessarily increasing growth, because our bottom line of what we need to levy remains the same. It would change everyone's proportionate share to their overall increase.
So growth is defined by net new homes developed in our municipality then, and or commercial development, or growth is defined by way of assessments going up, or both?
Through you, Mayor
Uh,
Coutier, it would be defined by both. However, in the past, since 2020, we haven't, no, since 2016, we have not seen any real assessment growth in terms of assessed values. Growth has been defined by new homes, permits,
mhm.
etc.
Okay. Where are we with regards to development costs relative to other municipalities? I believe we went through this, was it last year? And I think we were the highest municipality when it pertained to development costs relative to, I guess, surrounding municipalities. Is that correct?
Through you, Mayor
Just
Coutier, sorry, I apologize if I cut you off. I don't believe we are the highest. I believe we did increase our development charges. However, I believe we might still be closer to the lower end compared to the district municipalities.
okay. So the larger urban areas, we are on the lower end. Director Radican, if you can, I'd like to see this information perhaps in advance of our next budget meetings on development costs. I'd be curious to understand that. I think we had some information and a staff report previously when the development cost question came back before council. If you could furnish that with me, and I'll direct that with you offline. You mentioned facilities being underutilized, and I'm curious to understand, can you qualify underutilized? I'm just trying to better understand utilization and how it's deemed to affect our tax levies.
Through you, Mayor Coutier, to Councillor Graziano, I think really what I'm referring to is that some of our recreational facilities are being underutilized in terms of collecting user fees compared to, let's say, other arenas. We definitely know that recreation is highly subsidized, but I would suggest that we may be subsidizing recreation greater in township of Georgian Bay compared to another municipality who has a higher rate of usage at their facility.
Understood. I'm assuming we're going to be addressing this question as we discuss the budget going forward. Is that correct? Was that my understanding? I think it was mentioned earlier.
I apologize. Could you please clarify your question?
Yeah, not a problem. I'm sorry, and I may have misheard. I was under the impression that we would be discussing facilities in the upcoming budget. Is that correct? And underutilization?
Through you, Mayor Coutier, no. I do
Understood.
believe we will be coming forward. The Director of Operations would be coming forward with the facility condition audit assessments. And I believe through that, Council would have the opportunity to review the facilities.
Okay, thank you. And one last thing, I guess, as we approach our deeper discussions around budget, you'd mentioned that there was, I guess, some decreases overall relative to past years. And I'm looking in the report and I don't necessarily see where they're highlighted. Could you kindly advise as to where specifically we'd be seeing these decreases relative to past spending? Or did I misunderstand as well?
Thank you. Through you, Mayor Coutier, to Councilor Graziano. There is a summary provided within my report that looks at increases and decreases to both revenues and expenses. And it's also provided within the budget book. And I'd be happy to provide that to you through email if you'd like.
Yeah, if you could highlight that, because I've gone through most of the 55 pages here, and then on top of that, the proposed budget book as well. So if you can highlight where the decreases have been identified, that would be greatly appreciated. Thank you very much. If you can just summarize it, that'd be very helpful for future discussion. Thank you.
Absolutely. Through you, Mayor Coutier, it is actually on, I believe, page 53 of the budget book, Pressures and Drivers, which does outline a decrease in contractual services as well as consultants and other areas of decreases.
Sorry about that. That is page 53 on the budget book.
That's correct.
Okay, I'll scroll there now and I'll ask any additional questions that I may have offline. Thank you.
Thank you. Not seeing any of their hands raised at the moment. I'll make a couple of comments. I think it's important when we're talking about relatively low growth is that we're not adding that many households to our population base. Of course, another form of growth is when somebody makes a significant rebuild of their cottage or home, because then their value of that, the value of that particular property goes up. And I think it's to be understood that if, for instance, we had a budget increase of 10%, but we had a assessment base household increase of 5%, that means the new base is covering half our increase, and the, let me call it, the old base is covering the other half. But if we only have a assessment increase of 1%, because people are only a few people are adding additions, and we don't have a lot of new homes coming on, everyone has to cover it. And if you're in a growth area, the increases can be less. I also think it's very important to note that, and we've discussed this off and on over the last 7 years that I sat in this chair, is that in the past there was a real effort to minimize increases in the tax rate, which is fully understandable because no taxpayer wants to pay more. But the trouble is that can catch up to you. And it's caught up to us in that, you know, as we go through our asset management plan, part of it mandated by the province, but also part of it mandated just by our township financial circumstances. That's why we came up with the decision 3 years ago, 4 years ago, whenever it was, that we needed to set aside more money to be, I'll call it, fiscally responsible, to have money in reserve to pay for the capital asset needs that we knew were coming in the future that we had not started to save for. And I think that's extremely important. We know we have 2 fire halls that are going to need replacement in the next few years, but we should be setting aside money to do that. And so I think it's one of those things that is unfortunate, but we're trying to catch up. You know, district, interestingly enough, back in, I think it was 2008, and I could be corrected on that, but you know, a good chunk of years ago, made the decision that they needed to reduce their debt, and they started taxing all of us a little bit more every year to do that, and they're now in a very strong financial position. But it takes time, and it, you know, it means everybody has to pay a little bit more. You know, someday you're going to have to replace your roof. Some people set aside a little bit of money as they go along to do that. Other people decide to go into shock when all of a sudden they put a whole pile of money on their credit card or their line of credit or whatever they may have, because that roof needs to be replaced. Where I can tell you that almost every roof out there will need to be replaced at some point, including ours. I think it's I think when you talk about underutilized facilities, there are facilities where we're not collecting a lot on, but probably one of our biggest facility, if I can stretch the definition, are our roads, and we're not allowed to actually set tolls, and I'm sure there'd be heck to pay if we tried to set up toll roads. But you know, we can, as a council, we can, as residents, make the decision that we're happy with potholes as they are, and the roads getting in rough shape, and build them to a lower standard. Though I know that, you know, our Director Engel will say to me, well, we can only go so low before all of a sudden we got legal exposure, and I get that, but you know, I don't know about the numbers, but I do know that on a semi-regular basis, we get complaints about the roads that haven't been fixed up, or potholes haven't been filled, or the road hasn't been recoated or regroomed, or whatever is appropriate for every road. So I think we have to understand that a lot of what we're doing is either mandated or by our residents or by our provincial government, and we don't have a heck of a lot of choice in that. But having said that, we do have some options to consider. Some options we will be able to consider this month. Some options we'll be considering over the next year or two as we go through the asset management program and the assessments that are coming in, and as we, buildings need to be replaced or upgraded, we have to make decisions at that point as to, okay, is that building or upgrade worth it, or can we do something in the alternative? So it's never easy, and the temptation to not approve an increase, especially when it's an election year, is fairly great for some people. But I think that we have to be very responsible and decide that if we need to increase to be a more responsible township, then we have to seriously consider that, whether or not we get reelected. And with that, I see more hands again, and I'm going to go to Councillor Graziano, followed by Councillor Predko, please.
Thank you, Worship. I have a few additional questions, if I may. I'm just going to come back on camera. Bear with me for one moment. Sorry. Thank you. Again, to staff, I'm wondering if we can clarify the prioritization framework used for the 2026 capital project list, especially those funded from reserves. So can we clarify the prioritization framework? Do we have a prioritization framework for the capital projects list?
Through you, Mayor Coutier, to members of council. We did not prioritize them at this point in time. We do have a need in terms of certain items based on our discussions at SMT, and we look to our department heads to prioritize the projects in terms of what absolutely needs to be done.
Would we be getting perhaps an understanding of what those priorities look like prior to the confirming budget?
Through you, Mayor Coutier, I would suggest that would be spoken to at the November 26th meeting, where we do review our capital budget.
Great, and a few additional questions, Your Worship, if I may. I'm curious to know, and again, maybe it was outlined in the 487-page budget book, and apologies if I may have glanced over it, but what percentage of the reserves draw is from essentially life cycle replacement costs versus new projects? Do we happen to know what percentage are lifestyle replacement versus new projects?
Through you, Mayor Coutier, to Councillor Graziano, that's not something that we have currently at the time, but it's something we could absolutely provide.
Yeah, I would be inclined to better understand what that would look like as well. And just out of curiosity, I'm looking at the service enhancement requests here, and I'm wondering, are there any one-time service enhancements that could instead be piloted before committing to a full annualization? Trying to better understand whether there's anything in here that we could pilot before confirming. Over to you, staff. Thank you.
Through you, Mayor Coutier, to Councillor Graziano, I think that's a great question, but I think today's meeting is more just of timelines and discussion of process. We'd be happy to answer those between, if there's specific items of service enhancements, we can definitely discuss those one-on-one during November 12th and 14th. And then we could be well prepared for the November 26th meeting.
Great. I'll hold on to these questions until then. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Predko.
Thank you, and through you, Your Worship. A question directed to Ms. Radigan again, and my question is really just around page 38 of the budget book, which you did bring up in your presentation with the annual reserve balance. And my concerns lie in the 2029, 2028, 2030 years when we have a deficit that's substantial. And just as we go through this for consideration at the end of November, will you be discussing how we will manage through these deficit years? Is this a looking for financing for the fire station rebuilds? Or how are you going to propose to get through this these 3 years of fairly large deficits?
Through you, Mayor Coutier, to Councillor Predko, that would be something that we need to address through the asset management plan. The idea of bringing this reserve forecast to council was a year where another year under my belt in terms of bringing forward a budget. And I think now I feel like we're well prepared to dive deeper and be able to predict our future in terms of our reserve balances. I think ultimately it will be council's decision in terms of whether we defer some of those capital projects or whether we debt finance them. Ultimately, the bottom line, it is an increase to the tax base.
Okay, and then just in terms of, I mean, I don't want us to turn into a Farquhar Strickland municipality where we're in a position where we have to worry about our solvency, but that would be good to know that our risk is being managed through that period. Thank you.
Thank you. I'm not seeing any other questions at this time, but I think we are going to go through a month of lots of questions, and I think our staff will be prepared to answer most of them. But in the meantime, they're looking for a resolution, and that is moved by Councillor Hazelton, seconded by Councillor Graziano. Be it resolved, the report from the Director of Finance regarding the 2026 staff proposed budget dated November 3rd, 2025 be received, and that the 2026 operating budget and proposed 2026 capital budget as presented November 3rd, 2025 be referred to the special budget meeting of council for deliberation and consideration. And the council provide direction regarding the continuation of core services. I presume this is future direction. Yeah. And the council provide future direction regarding the continuation of core services delivered by the Severn Sound Environmental Association 2026 with funding of $97,225 included in the 2026 base budget. And the council provide future direction regarding the Township of Georgian Bay Public Library's funding request, which presents options required up to $974,020 in additional funding, representing an estimated 10.85% increase in the 2026 tax levy. And that a bylaw to approve the fees and charges for 2026 be presented for consideration at the December 1st, 2025 meeting of council for final approval, and that council adopt a compliance report for 2026 expenses that have been excluded from the 2026 proposed budget presented November 3rd, 2025, as outlined in the subject report as requirement of the Ontario Regulation 284/09 of the Municipal Act 2001. All those in favor? Oh, you may.
So we haven't talked at all about the third paragraph, providing direction for services delivered by.
No.
And I thought we had already provided direction in September of last year.
Yes.
So I'm not sure I understand what this paragraph relates
But
to.
what does, at this time, that paragraph retains that in the budget. We're waiting for a report from SSEA, but we have to make a final decision, a confirmation decision or not. By they're hoping that we'll do that in November 26th, whatever that date is. So we'll have to confirm or deny future funding at that point.
So I guess I'm confused because I went back and read the resolution we crafted in September of last year.
Yes.
Directed staff to immediately issue a cancellation notice to meet the October 1st cutoff date of SSEA. If that was done, then I'm not sure what this paragraph relates to, because that was a final position.
That was giving notice, but what we did make clear to SSEA is that we were open to discussion as to the whole thing, and we're waiting for them to come back and be better in the next couple of weeks. Because either we're going to confirm that direction of last year, which is a real possibility, or we're going to say, well, they've come up with an alternative, and we as a council may or may not be interested in the alternative.
So again, I'm still confused because we had issued a cancellation notice.
Yes.
And unless we want to bring that item back to life, I haven't heard any councillors suggest that it be brought back to life. And the way I read the directive and the contract that was provided to us back in September of last year was we issued the cancellation notice before October 1st. Mm-hmm. and then it is done at the end of 2026. And because they wanted a 3-month notice in addition to the year. And so the SSEA contract should be done by the end of this calendar year.
Barring taking any further action, it will be done at the end of this year. And if that's the decision that we confirm November 26th, then the budget will be adjusted accordingly.
I guess I'm confused. I'm confused as to why there's uncertainty of it. We went.
Well, then
all of council voted on it. We had a significant majority in the recorded vote, and I'm wondering what would bring it back for further consideration, because nobody's asked for it.
Well, I beg to differ. We all, Mary, perhaps you want to comment on this.
If I can add some additional context. So council issued 2 resolutions. The one before, the one that Councillor Hazelton brings up, was to request that the SSEA undergoes a review of its contractual arrangement, financial arrangement. And then there was a discussion that occurred at council asking whether council could reverse the notice decision should a review of the contract be to the liking of council. And so that is why notice was given, because as you quite rightly point out, Councillor Hazelton, it takes 12 months plus 3 to actually exit the agreement. But council voted on passing that resolution, knowing that it could always change its decision once it receives an updated report from the SSEA. If the updated report from SSEA doesn't come in time, then of course you can allow that resolution to progress, and the contract is closed out.
I would offer that if we haven't heard anything from SSCA in over a year, because it's been over a year, that the lack of communication is a clear indication of their interest or lack thereof of being interested in further discussions. And I'm not sure that, well, I don't see a need for revisiting it. It wasn't left hanging with a need for us to do something else. It was only left hanging in case they came back and provided us something to reconsider, in which case we're not reconsidering what we had, we're considering something new. And here we are over a year out and nothing has happened. So I would suggest that that clause be removed from this resolution, and there's no need to even talk about it.
I think that I personally believe that we should let that stand for now, because in the current draft budget, that item exists. We will have to make a decision on November 26th whether or not it gets removed.
But
and you've made up your mind, but I have not made up my mind, and I don't know about the rest of council.
I understand that, but the point is the contract, the cancellation notice has been issued.
But as was pointed out by our CEO, we also asked them to review the whole financing structure and the services schedule, if you will. And if they come back with something over the next few weeks, then we may want to consider that. We may not. I don't know how that's going to turn out.
Wouldn't that be a new item? Because I'm pretty certain that the recorded vote shows that council did not want to proceed with the resolution, sorry, with the relationship that we had. And so if there is to be a new relationship.
No, I think if you listened, there were 2 motions or two resolutions that were passed. One was encouraging SSEA to revisit the contractual relationship we have with them, and the other was to provide formal notice, because if they came back with something that was unsatisfactory, we'd already provided notice that we were exiting. And this does not withdraw that notice. The notice still stands. All right. Do we need to read the motion a second time? I'm going to say all those in favor. 1, 2, 3. I got 1, 2, 3. All right, so I guess that motion is defeated. If we all those against, let me just confirm that way. 1, 2. Councillor Bocek, 3. Great. All right. So if I got it correctly, and I just want to get our clerk to confirm, I think we have 3 in favor and 3 against.
Point of order, Mr. Mayor.
Absolutely.
I believe we can't see Councillor Graziano's hand because of the width of the screen. There it is. So I don't think we got his vote for or against.
To the best of my knowledge, and please correct me if I'm wrong, Councillors Hazelton, Cooper, and Gracio voted against the resolution, and Councillors Predko, Bocek, and myself voted in favor. So it's a 3-3 tie.
Thank you.
That means the motion is defeated. So what I will do is I will take this motion, and if I'm going to ask staff, if I remove the paragraph that Councillor Hazelton finds offensive, does that change anything in reality?
Through you, Mayor Coutier, to members of council, the idea of having that paragraph there was to ensure that council had that discussion. I think staff left it in because whether it was in or out, I believe we needed to know which path we were taking. But ultimately, no, the idea was to have the discussion.
We'll decide it anyway. All right. So I'm going to remove that paragraph. Can I do that and call it? Okay. Same motion as before, but the SSEA paragraph has been removed. All those in favor? And that has carried then with this removed. All right. I would suggest we take a 10-minute break, and then we'll come back for a little bit more. Thank you. All right, welcome back, everyone. And we have our next topic under staff reports. The last one is the Municipal Ice Storm Assistance Program application. Director Radigan, do you want to help improve our budget?
Thank you, Mayor Kutsier, through you to members of council. In June of 2025, the province announced a municipal ice storm assistance program known as MISA, in which municipalities were able to apply for one-time funding to be reimbursed for the incremental costs associated with storm response and potential future costs as well. Staff have applied and completed documentation required for the Municipal Ice Storm Assistance Program and submitted the initial application by the deadline date of October 31st. Staff are seeking a council resolution approving this funding application as required by the MISA funding program guidelines. Thank you.
Thank you. So you need our permission to apply for some money. Council, any questions or discussion on this particular matter? Councillor Cooper.
I always love extra money. All for it. Thank you.
We can probably guess how he's going to vote. Councillor Bocek.
Yes, thank you, and through you, Mr. Mayor. Is it my understanding, and probably operations can answer this, that during that ice storm, we offered assistance to neighboring municipalities? And if we did do that, can we include that as part of the funding? I thought I heard something about our fire department and operations helping outside of our township.
Director Engel.
Through you, Mayor Kutsier. We did assist on 12 Mile Road for the district, but that was during regular hours, and that does not qualify for funding.
Thank you for the clarification. I appreciate that.
Any other questions? I appreciate this program that it's because not only are you applying for assistance with cost that we faced, but also with investing in equipment and abilities to reduce consequences in the future. I also think, just as an aside, it's important to observe that our costs during that ice storm were significantly less than they could have been because we have such a resilient residential base, people who can take care of themselves. And I think that that's important to appreciate that, you know, we didn't have to rescue people to the same extent that we would have had in some other municipalities. And I think it's important to thank our residents for their resilience. I have moved by Councillor Cooper, seconded by Councillor Graziano. Councillor Graziano, can you confirm? You are there, good. Be it resolved that the report from the Director of Finance regarding the Municipal Ice Storm Assistance Program application dated November 3rd, 2025 be received, and that Council approve the submission of an application, Appendix A, from the Township of Georgian Bay to the province for financial assistance or cost recovery pertaining to the March 2025 ice storm, and that the Director of Finance Treasurer be given delegated authority to verify and attest to the accuracy of the attached application package. All those in favor? And that is carried. Thank you very much. New business. Councillor Jarvis isn't here to present item A. Well, Councillor Predko. So the new business will be the Councillor Predko show. Okay, Councillor Predko, over to you for the next portion of our council meeting.
Thank you. And just pointing out that we might need a new seconder or for this motion. I'm not going to go into too much detail. I think this report is fairly self-explanatory. The Township of Muskoka Lakes has put forward a motion asking for the reduction or the management of road salt on their roads and then the roads in the town in the district. And I just wanted to mention again that the effect of road salt in our community, it has an impact on our aquatic life. It changes the salinization. It can help reduce oxygen. So those lakes that already have low oxygen levels at the bottom of in the depths could be affected by this as well. It will affect our water life. It also affects the plants at the side of the road with the extra salt and salinization. And it can degrade the soil. It can have an impact on the drinking water. And as well, the salination at the side of the road can help draw deer to the side of the road and other animals, which could impact the number of accidents along our roadsides. So I think the motion itself is very self-explanatory, asking that there be a reduction in salt where possible and looking at alternatives through both the township and through the district of Muskoka. And if there's any questions, I can try to answer them, but
well, my first one would be to go over to Director Engel. To the best of my knowledge, we don't use any salt in the township roads, only the district roads. Is that correct?
Through you, Mayor Coutier. We use 3 to 7% salt in our sand, which is used on all township roads. That is to keep the sand from clumping. We do use salt on the district roads. I want to note that this issue was identified by Environment Canada in 1997, and at that time they issued requirements to municipalities, including annual reporting on salt usage to Environment Canada, which is distributed to the local environmental agencies, which follow up on the municipalities. We do not have to report because we don't hit the threshold with the amount of salt that we use, although we do follow best practices. At that time, there was a number of best practices identified for municipalities. This is tracked by Environment Canada and reported on every 5 years. We are meeting almost all of those best practices, except in regards to the way we store our snow. But given that we are using sand, it's not that much of an impact for us. I would be happy to invite Councillor Predko to the annual training that we do on reducing salt usage and being environmentally sensitive to the amount of salt usage. And I've also provided that training last week to Bracebridge, and it's available to other members of the Muskoka District Area Supervisors.
Thank you. Councillor Cooper.
Thank you, Mayor. This is a question either for Councillor Predko or our Director of Operations. And Councillor Predko, referenced that there are other alternatives. And I'm delighted to hear that we have a very relatively low level of salt used in our township anyway, but are there other alternatives? I mean, in other words, no salt and putting down sand only, or is there another chemical that is less injurious, or what are those options?
It's through you, Mayor, to Councillor Cooper. I believe there's other substances like beet juice, which is used on other larger municipality roads, which the district could investigate, but I would ask perhaps our Director of Operations to expand on whether options there are.
Through you, Mayor Coutier. There are liquid alternatives that treat the salt, so the salt works faster, works hotter, so you're not having to use as much salt. Beet juice is one of those. They are products that have magnesium in them. That said, we are viewing that not as a hazard to the environment right now because magnesium levels are low in the environment. That doesn't mean that they are not hazardous to the environment, just that they are not at higher levels at this point. We do use liquid. That does enhance our material. So does the district, and I believe other area townships within the area. These are quite common products.
If I may, so you've indicated how you're sort of trying to keep it as low as possible, but I'm intrigued by the beet juice issue because it doesn't sound environmentally invasive. Is it quite expensive?
Most municipalities now have moved over to a molasses product. The beet juice does have a lot of fiber and it tends to block the liquid application. So they've moved over to a molasses product. It isn't something that on its own is going to be effective. It works with salt. And there's two ways you can apply it. Either as the salt's going down on the road, you also have a spray that's spraying the salt as it goes down. This makes the salt work faster because it's started to get wet, and it works at lower temperatures. You can also buy a product. You see it sometimes, you see it in the stores. It's like a blue salt or a green salt. This just means that that entire salt, granular of salt, has been coated with this magnesium product. At warmer temperatures, you cannot put a magnesium product directly on the road. So at that time, when we're dealing with bridges freezing up in the spring and the fall, we're using a straight brine application. But this product, it has been around for a number of years. It's being fine-tuned, and yes, there are a number of municipalities that use it. I understand, I think Bracebridge is looking at it, and I think the district uses something along that line as well.
Thank you for that information, and I will, I think I'll still continue to drink beet juice.
Councillor Bocek.
Thank you, and through your worship to our operations department. Has there been any consideration to the treatment in the winter times, a difference between low volume roads and high volume roads when it comes to traffic? Basically, secondary roads get very, very low use of traffic, and maybe they could have a different application than our high vehicle count roads have. Just your comments on that.
Through you, Mayor Coutier. We are in essence doing that. Our low volume roads, we are allowing to become a snowpack, and then we're treating it with sand, so there's still traction. Our higher volume roads, where there's more potential for icy conditions, because of the higher traffic, we're using salt.
That's great. I appreciate that. Thank you.
Maybe we have to be like some other countries and who allow studded tires in order to not use nearly as much salt, and I think that's something else to consider. You want to speak to that, don't you? Go ahead.
I would be happy with studded tires, but I will also then be looking at an increase in maintaining our roads.
Studded tires are great on gravel roads. Just saying. And they're and keeping gravel roads smooth is a lot cheaper than putting all sorts of different forms of chemical products or not on them. All right, enough of that. I have moved by Councillor Predko, seconded by Councillor Cooper. Be it resolved that the Township of Georgian Bay commits to ongoing efforts towards the reduction of road salt as much as possible while maintaining safety on roads, including public reporting on annual use, supporting local efforts to research the ongoing impacts of road salt, and assisting education efforts. And that the Township of Georgian Bay urges the Province of Ontario to work urgently with key shareholders to develop limited liability legislation, including enforceable contractor training and a single set of provincially endorsed standard best management practices for snow and ice management on private lands. And that the Township of Georgian Bay urges the Province of Ontario to create and fund an expert stakeholder advisory committee to advise the province and the municipalities on the best courses of action to protect freshwater ecosystems, drinking water, and infrastructure from the impacts of salt pollution. And that this resolution be sent to the District Municipality of Muskoka, other lower tier municipalities in Muskoka, the Association of Municipalities of Ontario, our local MPP, Conservation Ontario, the Ontario Minister of the Environment, Conservation and Parks, the Attorney General of Ontario, and the Premier of Ontario. All those in favor? And that is carried. Councillor Predko, Public Lands Act, Section 28 restrictions.
Thank you, and again through you, Your Worship. So this motion is again that returning to the issue of firearm discharge up in the Mac Tier and the South Gibson Lake Road areas, where there's concerns about the safety of residents when this activity is taking place. Last month, we had delegations from the OPP as well as the MNRF, and this is a follow-up on the possibility of creating a restriction to the Public Lands Act, Section 28, that would prohibit certain activities. And this prohibition can take place to protect natural resources or help to manage the public lands or for public safety. And I think this situation merits some restrictions for public safety. And I think if the clerk doesn't mind sharing the photo on her screen of what the potential signage could look like for a Section 28 restriction. But it would be very clear what was allowed and what's not allowed. The one thing that I have not included in my motion and would be happy to take a friendly amendment is to also restrict the traffic, non-authorized motor vehicles from accessing these lands, because I think one of the concerns is the impact that it has having vehicles driving through this area on roads, especially in the wintertime when they are on snowmobile trails. People have been driving trucks on this area, and our municipal bylaw and first responders need to go and try to help get these people out that shouldn't be in there in the first place. So I've specified the two pieces of Crown land policy IDs that would be affected by this, and I think we would be looking for this to be targeted primarily near the roadsides if there has to be a restriction that is more specifically defined by the MNRF. And this Section 28 restriction can be implemented by staff, but it can also be implemented by the Minister of the MNR. So I have left that option available in the resolution, and I'm happy to take any other questions that people may have.
Councillor Wojcik, please.
Thank you, and through your worship to Councillor Predko. Just a question that you may or may not be able to answer would be, who would be responsible for the enforcement that is displayed on these signs? Because it doesn't seem like in the past the Ministry of Natural Resources was too concerned about any type of enforcement. So could you enlighten me a little bit on that? Or if not, we could get to that after we get the information back. Thank you.
So it would still be the OPP that would be enforcing the restrictions, just like they would any other activity on Crown land.
Thank you.
Councillor Graziano.
Thank you, through your worship. Although the seconder of this motion and I, while I agree with the motion in principle, based on the concerns that residents have raised, there's a few things that I'd like to see, perhaps as either an amendment or as a subsequent discussion, or even a parallel discussion. I have 4 points specifically. I think that prudence would suggest that we partner with the MNRF to explore potential time-limited or seasonal firearm restrictions rather than a full prohibition. It's something that I feel that perhaps if we can limit it to non-hunting seasons, although hunting will not be affected, or specific times where locals could use areas that are easier access or easily accessible to practice their firearm. It's the word that I'm looking for. Their sightings and their target practice. It would allow residents who don't have the ability to do target practice on their properties to endeavor to practice in advance of the hunting season. So essentially looking to the MNRF to determine whether or not we can explore time-limited or seasonal firearm restrictions within those areas. I would say that we also look to the public and seek a better understanding as to what the local residents want out of this. do they want this before we enact something like that, or we request that the MNRF go and do so. We did go through a survey. The public had responded outstanding, I believe, well over 50% against any bylaw changes. And I'm kind of curious to know whether or not the public feels that this could be a good alternative. I'd like to better understand what my constituency would want out of something like this, or even if they wish to have anything along these lines. And then lastly, I'd like to also, if we can, seek a better understanding around the data that the OPP had reported, and use it as evidence-based data to help drive something like this. So while in principle, I do agree that we do require some changes and a way to mitigate non-locals from coming up and using Crown lands as they're essentially their target practice areas. I'd like to be able to just tighten it. And then lastly, the motion does state the two areas, specifically South Gibson Lake Road, Policy area ID G364, and Tower Road G359. And what I believe we are requesting is that the discharge of these firearms be banned within the road areas, but I'd like to also have a better understanding of how far inwards off of those roads would it be allowed. So I think that there's a little work to do on this resolution before we finally pass it. But with that said, again, in principle, I believe in this, and that's why I seconded it. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other comments or questions? My response to what you had to offer, Councillor Graziano, is that this motion is requesting that they apply a Section 28 restriction. If my experience with the ministries is anything to go by, it may lead to further discussions and confirmation of the details before it's finalized. But I also believe that in the OPP have already spoken that they would find their job much easier to do if there was a sign like this at the entrance to those two areas. And so I think it's and we did say to the M&R when they were here, is it last month, that they wanted to know, do we wish to do this? And I think most council thought that this was the wish of our residents, that restrictions be placed on these specific areas because of all the trouble they've been having. Certainly these restrictions would not apply to all the other Crown land in our area. Councillor Graziano.
Sorry, Worship. Zoom was being a bit of a challenger. Yeah, and I can appreciate that the resolution would be, or create an impetus for the MNRF to discuss this further. I'm of the belief that the devil's in the details, and so if that's what we're looking to do, then perhaps we can articulate that in the resolution specifically, whereby we are consulting with the MNRF, or we seek to consult with the MNRF rather than trying to pass something along these lines now.
Council, any wish to change? I heard from Councillor Predko, he was thinking of adding unauthorized motor vehicles as one of the items under Section 28 restriction. Any other council members have any other comments? We could spend some time rewriting the motion, or we could pass it as is and let the discussions, let me call it, continue. Councillor Predko.
Just to, I think, reiterate that we are making the request for this. I don't believe that the MNRF would make the change without further consultation with us, especially with respect to Mr. Wakefield's comments last month. And in terms of what our residents are looking for, I do think through the firearm discharge, town hall meetings, the conversations that people have raised to me in particular, they are looking for a restriction to prevent people from being able to do this in this area. So I'm confident that notwithstanding, people have the right to hunt, and we're going to maintain that right. But otherwise, they are concerned about the ongoing safety concerns in those areas. And in the past month, it has continued. So regardless of the conversations we've had at council, the OPP charges that have been laid, it has not ended yet. So I do think we have to take action, and sooner rather than later. Thank you.
Councillor Graziano, a final remark before I call the motion?
Yes, thank you. And two, if I may, the specific that the Township of Georgian Bay requests that these restrictions be applied before December 31st, 2025, leads me to believe that this is not simply a, hey, let's partner and discuss this further, rather that we are requesting a specific timeline in which this be enacted, and as such, it's a direct instruction to the MNRF. Secondly, I'm going to request a registered vote. Thank you.
Does anybody, are you open to adding unauthorized motor vehicles to the motion before we call the vote? You are the seconder on it at this point, Councillor Graziano.
I'm fine with the unauthorized, yes.
All right, I will read the motion and then I'll hand it over to our clerk. Moved by Councillor Predko, seconded by Councillor Graziano. Whereas the Township of Georgian Bay's bylaw department has responded to numerous complaints regarding the unsafe discharge of firearms on Crown land, but the township has no jurisdiction over these lands. And whereas the responsibility for enforcement, investigation of illegal or unsafe activities, and the protection of public safety in Crown land lies with the Ministry of Natural Resources and the Ontario Provincial Police. Therefore, be it resolved, the Township of Georgian Bay requests that the Minister of Natural Resources and Forestry apply a Section 28 restriction to the lands adjacent to Tower Road, Policy ID 359, and South Gibson Lake Road, Policy ID 364, for camping and discharge of firearms for the purpose other than hunting is prohibited, and unauthorized motor vehicles. And that the Township of Georgian Bay requests that these restrictions be applied before December 31st, 2025. And that the Township of Georgian Bay notifies the Honourable Graydon Smith, MPP, Parry Sound, Muskoka, Honourable Mike Harris, MPP, Kitchener-Conestoga, and the Minister of Natural Resources, Honourable Scott Aitchison, MP, Parry Sound, Muskoka, Wade Beebe, Commander, Bracebridge OPP, and Adam Wakefield, District Manager, Bracebridge, Minda, Parry Sound District, MNR. All those in favor, talk to Clerk Way.
Let the record show Councillor Graziano requested a recorded vote. Councillor Graziano, how do you vote?
Not as written, no.
Councillor Hazelton, how do you vote?
Yes.
Councillor Predko, how do you vote?
Yes.
Councillor Bocek, how do you vote?
Yes.
Councillor Cooper, how do you vote?
Yes.
Mayor Kutsier, how do you vote?
Yes.
Let the record show the motion's carried 5-1.
You. Councillor Predko, bear bin bulk purchase resale at cost.
Thank you, and through you, your worship. I didn't need to turn my microphone off. So very briefly, last month at the Engineering and Public Works Committee in District, they approved a staff report to extend curbside collection to more properties in the township, specifically on private roads, but they were also looking at extending service to district roads and public roads that have not previously had curbside collection. In talking with residents in the north end of the township, there is a reluctance to accept this service because of the risk of leaving their waste out at the side of the road on the Sunday night and collection on Wednesday, and having increased bear activity in the area. Everybody is asking about, well, what is the district providing us as terms of a safe container to leave our garbage in that time period, and the answer is nothing. But we do have an opportunity, I think, as the township to again step up and fill a little gap here by working with local suppliers to make a bulk purchase of bear bins that could be then resold at our cost to residents to help them transition to curbside collection, which for many residents would be a more convenient service than going to the transfer stations. I think sort of a preliminary look at things would be that if the township made a purchase of 50 to 100 bear bins, the cost would be reduced by about 25%. That would go back directly to our residents. The township, well, tying up some capital dollars, would in the end be repaid this money, and it should not have a negative impact on our reserves or financial position. And we would be doing a service for our residents. If any questions, I'm happy to answer them, but I think maybe staff probably have more questions on the financing side of how this would work. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Cooper.
A quick question, and I'm just trying to get the number. Oh, 750 would be the cost if we bought in bulk?
I'm somewhere around that. I think, you know, when I was looking at the website, the small bear bin costs $600. The large bear bin costs $900 from local suppliers. I think we'd be looking at about a 25% discount based on conversations that I think initial conversations that some staff had with that supplier, but we'd have to work out the numbers if it's a big bear bin or a small bear bin.
So I understand that, and I just it's a fair chunk of money. Do you believe that the people that would get this service, new service, would be willing to pay for the bear bins? And frankly, what about all the people that have curbside now on rural roads? Would they be eligible for this as well?
Yeah. So for the second part of the question, yes, I don't think we would restrict it to just new people getting the service. I think we would make sure that people that live on Hillside Drive that get a curbside pickup would be eligible to get it now and help relieve their concerns about bears and garbage being left overnight. And I mean, I can't exactly predict the demand. I think that if the township were to do this, I would pick a smaller number like 50, because we will have hundreds of residents getting the service. I think there's an opportunity for people with shared driveways for two neighbors to get one and split the cost to make it a lot more affordable than what it would have been for one bear bin at full price. But I think over time, whether it's 1 year or 2 years, we would probably get rid of all those bear bins.
So if I may just briefly, I think it's a good idea, but it may be the cart before the horse, only in that we are looking to have information from the district about all the services that are going to be provided to us in 2026. And at the moment, we're in the dark. We don't have any sort of financial information that I'm aware of that sort of details a curbside's going to cost you this, the transfer station will be this, but you're going to have a whole bunch of marinas that are privatizing, therefore that doesn't come out of the district. So there's a lot of variables there. So I just caution that we perhaps take this into account, but not order anything until we know what the costs are, because unfortunately there are other initiatives that have happened recently, and we don't even know what that's going to cost us. In Go Home Lake, for example, which is kind of problematic, and I don't know that it was even approved by council. So there's a lot of things happening in the background that are unfortunate. Thank you.
Thank you. And through you, Your Worship, I'd be happy to amend the resolution or put a deferral or a refer to staff for report. I think that it would be good to get more solid numbers than what I have in here today, and even give the township an opportunity to survey residents and see if they would, have an interest in this before we figure out what number would be the right number to purchase. So I think there is work to be done, and maybe we can ask for referral to staff to come back with their analysis on the feasibility.
Thank you. Councillor Bochek. Or sorry. Director Engel, did you want to respond before I go to Councillor Bochek?
Through you, Mayor Coots here. we would struggle with storage, and with the size of these, they would need to be delivered, which we don't have the resources to deliver.
So I would expect that they would be stored at the like the supplier, and people would have it delivered or picked up from there. I don't think
I
that's
understand.
I don't think that the township would
Okay.
be involved in touching them.
So we would just be basically issuing an RFP or to get prices and then carry it forward.
Yep.
Understood.
Councillor Bochuk, please.
Yes, and through your worship to Councillor Predko, I think you're probably aware that a lot of the private roads that have public access aren't plowed in the wintertime. They're only usable about 70% of the year. But I think it's a great idea for those that have curbside pickup currently on private roads with public access. I think that's a great idea. But what I would like to see is more of a subsidization that doesn't affect our tax base through our township, similar to the what we did with the food, what do they call that? The food cycler, where there's subsidization to get more use out of them. But perhaps we could approach the District of Muskoka by way of a resolution to see, since they're in charge of solid waste, to see if they would be willing to subsidize some of this program as well too. Just your thoughts on that, Councillor Predko.
I would be happy to make a resolution to ask the district to find out whether or not they would be interested in contributing a subsidy or partner with us on this type of a project.
Yeah, that's exactly what I was hoping for. Thank you, Councillor Predko.
Councillor Graziano.
Thank you, and through your worship, 2 points here. Having many of my constituents on private roads, having bear bins, and knowing what I've seen in the past with respect to bears, the bins don't stop bears from coming in. They come in because there are food sources that are both beyond the bins as well as within the bins. The other issue is residents tend to leave more bags than they're allowed for pickup. And that then has bears coming in because the smell of festering food products tend to bring them in as well. Because of course those that collect the garbage ensure that the 1 bag or 2 bag limit is applied, and if there's a 3rd bag or a 2nd bag, they surely leave them behind. I also look back and I feel that this is somewhat similar to the road salt issue in year 1, whereby council was not inclined to subsidize and deliver costs associated with road salts or private roads. And I believe we had cited back then that this just wasn't our thing. I would probably feel that this in this particular request is echoing that, and as such, I would prefer that we focus our efforts on supporting perhaps education and outreach in partnership with perhaps some private suppliers to help our residents and constituents understand best practices for waste storage or bin sharing options, and how to access bear-proof solutions affordably, perhaps through a direct vendor who would be open to having and or selling their bins directly to constituents. So whereas we would redirect them to the vendor themselves would offer our constituents a better rate because of economies of scale. And then lastly, I would agree with Councillor Bochuk in that I don't even think this is really our issue. Rather, I think that this should be a service provided by the district, given that this is the district and they own this. So they own specifically the garbage collection side of things. So if anything, I think this would be a district mandate and would alleviate some staff time to redeploy back onto other issues that are more pressing. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Hazelton.
Thank you. I like the idea, Councillor Bocek, or sorry, Councillor Predko. I like the idea of a municipal support for a group buy, but you brought forward an idea of perhaps two people kind of helping each other by buying a bin, which then leads me to the point brought out by Councillor Graziano, which is too many bags in a bin. And so I think that there's some legwork that still needs to be done on this topic here, because we've heard in the past from the district that they are considering a bag tag thing, and a bag tag approach would certainly solve the too many bags in the bin. And so that would be a great solution, but I think we need to understand those elements first. Anyways, I love the idea. I just think that it's a little premature, and we need to get more clarity from the district on what they're going to do. Are they going to do a bag tag approach? I mean, how are they going to fund all these new waste strategies? I mean, if there's a bulk bare bin process, maybe I'll buy one and put it at my marina, and then I can get curbside pickup at the marina for all of the marina customers. Anyways, thank you. Bye.
Curbside marinas was something that was discussed a couple of years ago, more than a couple of years ago, and they realized they just didn't have space on the roads to have 100 bins side by side by side by side. So nice try. A couple of comments. Oh, I see Councillor Graziano and Cooper. You want to add to the conversation again? Go.
I just wanted to remind all of us that, as I understand it, all of the waste services that are provided by the district flow through here. We pay the bill. So there's no getting the district to buy some bins and do something. It'll all flow back to us. We will pay the bill. Any of these services we pay. Is that not correct? That's my understanding.
Yeah, solid waste is what they call a rate-supported budget, and therefore charges that they can identify as belonging to a specific municipality will be charged into the taxpayers of that municipality, not the taxpayers at large. Yes.
So with that in mind, there's no sort of advantage necessarily of having the district do it when we could do it ourselves. And anyway, that's my main point. Thank you.
Councillor Bocek.
Thank you, and through your worship to Councillor Predko. Basically, what your resolution is saying that you'd like a report to come back to council, which would give all these details that these questions could be answered in that report.
Again, yes. So I mean, I guess if we're the report, the motion is to refer it to staff for further pursuit of the idea.
Yeah. That was exactly where I was going to end up with my comments. And yes, Councillor Cooper, one of the comments I was going to make is because it's a rate-supported district, a rate-supported budget, having district pay versus us, if they put a subsidy in, we'd be paying it anyway. It's sort of what we found out with the food cyclers that they didn't want to support, so we decided that we could get discounts for everyone on the food cycler program. I think we have to recognize that with the district, this coming year, I mean, they're in the process of looking at all the various private roads or roads that do not have curbside. But to the best of my knowledge, they've not made any decisions as to which roads they will or will not serve. I think there's some good candidates and some not so good candidates, but I don't know any specifics. And so I absolutely understand that residents would love to buy their bare bins at a lesser price, and I think it makes a lot of sense for us to approach the manufacturers to see if anybody is willing to offer call it a volume discount to our residents in one form or another. Though I think if we were to inventory bins, then we're making a mistake, because that would add to our costs significantly. And I think it makes perfect sense for us to refer this, because I think it's something we should look at down the road. and that we could offer to any of our residents if, you know, if they had a code and they could say to a bear bin manufacturer X, for a bear bin being delivered into our district, here, I'm a taxpayer, here's my code, and thank you for the 20% discount, or whatever it will be. I think that makes sense. But I'm going to recommend, and I think that I'm going to read the motion with all those in favor of referral at the end, and we'll see how that carries. Councilor Graziano, you had an additional remark?
I do, Your Worship, and perhaps it's in alignment to the referral and or bringing this back to Cal and referring it back to staff. The way that I read it right now is this motion seems to be somewhat in conflict with itself. There's two therefores. There's a therefore be it resolved that, and then there's a second that. The second paragraph of that is that we are seeking to survey residents to estimate the demand for this particular type of program. But the first paragraph of the therefore be it resolved is instructing, from the way I read this, and maybe I'm incorrect because maybe we're arguing semantics here on the use of the term pursue, purchasing up to 100 bear bins. So the way that I read it is the first paragraph says we are purchasing 100 bear bins, and then second paragraph is then that we are going to survey the residents to determine whether they even want them. And it's, I think, the term pursue that has me somewhat scratching my head. So if there was clarity around that, and or if we refer this back to staff for a report to determine what the residents want, whether this would make sense, and how we would do this without incurring the inventory and having to park it on our within our facilities, then that would be better. But as it stands, the way I read it right now, I believe it, from the way I read it, it's requesting that we do purchase those 100 bear bins and then ask the municipality what they want after the fact. Thank you.
Well, I think given that I'm recommending that we refer it, I don't think we should be as worried about the wording, because this is going back in the district's, sorry, back in staff's hand to consider what options may come out of it. CEO Mariotti, you're not sure you're happy with that.
Yeah, it's I was trying to get my head wrapped around referring it back to staff to look at this issue a little bit further, because the issue in itself is pretty straightforward. It's just the fact that I understand we want to do a customer service approach to our ratepayers, despite the fact that waste is a district issue. However, the issue in a nutshell is simply, do we negotiate for 100 bear bins, for example, at a certain discount that staff will go out, and when we have to go and get 3 quotes from 3 suppliers to say what kind of a discount can we get for 100 units. That's pretty, we can do that very quickly. You don't even need a resolution. The question is at what point does council want staff to pull the trigger and go out and get those 3 quotes?
And I don't think we're prepared to do that. So how about we just leave this motion as direction to staff to look into the options?
We can get council, we can go out and get 3 quotes, and so council has a feel for what kind of a discount our ratepayers would be able to obtain by getting a bear bin. And just as a reminder to council as well, it's not costing us per se to implement this program, unlike the food cycle, which is a subsidized program. The risk really is that if we go ahead and put money down for 100 units, now we have to make sure that 100 units are sold. But to be frank, I mean, over the course of several years, I'm sure that 100 units would be burnt through.
All right, council, how about we just leave this with staff? We've discussed it, and staff understand, and they're going to get some additional information. Councillor Cooper?
Very brief, and I agree that I think it's just to refer it to staff, but one of the other provisos I'd like to just say as sort of a suggestion, direction to staff is don't spend a huge amount of time on this until we know what what's happening with the district in
Mhm.
terms of the overall service, because we may not
Well,
need their bids.
as CO Mariotti said, they'll make a few phone calls and they may come back and say, well, nobody's willing to do it. Boom, that takes care of that. Or everybody's willing to do it. I have no idea what they'll get back. Yeah. Yeah, okay. We're going to, Councilor Predko, I
Yes,
want to
thank
end
you.
this so we can have lunch
Yes, I
before
know. I'm just
close.
going to make one very quick comment, and that was, I think, from the preliminary discussions, there was about for a large volume of bare bins to be manufactured, it was going to be a 3 or 4 month lead time. So that was why I brought this forward now, so we could have the discussion in before next spring when people were actually looking to initiate a service. There might be some inventory that people could be relying upon. Thank you.
All right, I'm going to leave this with staff. I'm going to call a lunch break, but I'm wondering whether our clerk is keen on me reading a closed thing before. So I'm going to recommend that we have a lunch break and after lunch, go straight into closed and then come out of closed to do our consent agenda and whatever else is left on, because we have the consent agenda and of course the normal shutdown. So I have moved by Councilor Graziano, seconded by Councilor Cooper. Whereas Section 239(2) of the Municipal Act 2001 as amended provides authority for councils of municipalities to close a meeting or parts of a meeting to the public if the subject matter pertains to a matter identified in Section 239(2). And whereas the Council of the Township of Georgia Bay deems it necessary to close this portion of the meeting in order to address matters under the following Section 239(2). 1. Legal files listing. 2. OBD Development, Inc. Statement of Claim. 3. Summary of legal fees, 2023 to 2025. 4. Council October 7, 2025 closed minutes. And legal files list. We got legal files listing twice here. So I'm going to ignore the second one. Let's only do it once. Okay. Now be it resolved that the Council of Township of Georgia Bay moves in the closed session of council at 1 p.m. All those in favor? All right, that's more than enough hands. That is carried. We are now breaking for lunch, and by 1 o'clock, hopefully everybody will be available for closed. Thank you. Right. So now we have we're back and we have an echo chamber somewhere. And we're going to meanwhile move ahead. I am moved by Councillor Predko, seconded by Councillor Graziano. Be it resolved that Council Township of Georgian Bay rise from closed session at 2:47 p.m. All those in favor? And that's a bunch of hands, so that is carried. Moved by Councillor Hazelton, seconded by Councillor Predko. Be it resolved that the report regarding summary of legal fees 2023 to 2025 be received for information. All those in favor? And that's enough hands. That is carried. And moved by Councillor Bocek, second by Councillor Graziano. Be it resolved that Council adopts the October 7, 2025 Council closed minutes as circulated. All those in favor? Whole bunch of hands again. That is carried. Now, I believe what's left on our agenda is the consent portion of our meeting. And we have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9 items on the consent agenda. So this is when I go to council and say, Council, is there anything you want to discuss on the consent agenda? And I believe no, I didn't. Okay. Is that Councilor Graziano's hand? Well, it was his hand, but this wasn't a hand up. Okay. Any questions or comments? Well, while you're thinking about it, I'm going to have moved by Councillor Graziano, sent by Councillor Predko. Be it resolved that Council adopts the consent agenda of November 3rd, 2025 as circulated. All those in favor? And that is carried. That's the shortest consent agenda conversation we've ever had. Oh, then I can ignore these, right? Okay. Moved by Councillor Bocek, seconded by Councillor Cooper. Be it resolved, the Council adopts bylaw 2025-070 to confirm the proceedings of the November 3rd, 2025 Council meeting. All those in favor? Wow, we're just moving along. Be it resolved that, moved by Councillor Graziano, second by Councillor Hazelton. Be it resolved that Council is now adjourned at XXX PM, which would be 2:50 p.m. until December 1st, 2025 at 9 a.m. or at the call of the chair. All those in favor of adjournment?
I'm impressed.
All right, we are adjourned, and we are going to do it all over again with a different agenda tomorrow morning as a planning council at 9 o'clock. Thank you very much, everyone.